recording in progress, so I'm just letting everybody know you are now being recorded.
Do you broadcast? Oh. Yeah.
Hi, Daryl.
Morning. Chief. Does it matter? You ready for winter? Oh. Never. See snowstorm. It seems like 30 miles an hour speed.
Test. Is that one on?
Yes.
So, here we go.
Heidi, you ready?
Yep.
Cordella?
Yes.
Lois?
Yeah.
Cheryl?
Yep.
Yes. Don? Yes. All right. Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the October 11th, 2022 Whitewater Township Board meeting. We'll call this meeting to order at 9 o'clock. Everybody will stand and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge of Allegiance.
It stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Bennett, here, Glenn,
Here.
Goss, here, Pop,
Here.
New. Here.
Any changes to the agenda this morning?
I don't have any changes, but I'd like to inquire how long you intend to run the meeting.
Any public comment?
Excuse me, I just want to have one more comment. I'm only available until 2 p.m. today.
I have one question on the agenda.
Sure.
Under unfinished business, are items number 1 and number 4 a duplicate, or are those two separate? It appeared to me from a review of the packet that was redundant. Unfinished business 1 and 4.
Yep, I apologize. Yep.
So
No. So 1 and 4.
yes,
Okay, so we wanted the written playground timeline from the previous meeting.
oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, just wanted to check on that. Thank you.
Any public comment this morning?
Lois McLean. I feel a public explanation and apology is necessary in my attempt to correct a non-factual information that was presented as findings of fact for a motion to present an amendment to the board for approval / disapproval. Actually, I think they want your approval to disapprove it. Anyway, you'll read it next month. I just want to let you know I handled it wrong, and I know that. I apologize. I apologized to the chair after the meeting. I apologized at the meeting and explained. I had noted inappropriately when it was brought up, I noted to the chair that the one line needed to be removed. And of the findings of fact, this is what it says. Whereas medical marijuana has been rejected by the Whitewater Township residents by a referendum of the voters. Wrong. Medical marijuana was not voted by the voters. And I just kind of wanted to help her out and not have non-factual stuff in the findings of fact. And so it was not appropriate. Shortly after that, there was a chat comment on Zoom made that specifically called me out on my findings of fact interruption, probably in the one previous to that I'll get to in a minute. The person said, why can Lois make comments? Can the public make comments? I made the response to the person individually, not to everyone on Zoom. And I think it was pretty clear that it was me, Lois McLean, making the statement and not someone representing the township or the PC. The response I made individually was something like, I have to paraphrase because that chat being basically a private conversation on Zoom doesn't show up for everyone to be able to read after the fact. So I don't remember exactly what it said, and I didn't do a screenshot. Maybe she did. I was only trying to point out factually incorrect information regarding the findings of fact. That's all. I will have to bring it up when it comes before the board. It was wrong of me. That was inappropriate because even though it was just to the one person, the chat comment did still come from the township login. I was handling it like I was logged in individually, but I was not, and I apologize for that. I apologize to everybody that was there and here and everything everyone else had to hear after it. There was also wrong information stated during the PC meeting about the zoning administrator handling cases presented to the ZBA. Again, it was inappropriate for me to say no. And then it was stated again, and I said no. And that was wrong. However, the zoning administrator could not have approved or disapproved the cases that were presented to the ZBA in August. Any change to a non-conforming property, no matter how slight or large the change may be, must be presented as a case to the ZBA because that is how the township zoning ordinance is written. It has been suggested at least 4 times by the zoning administrator that the ordinance be addressed, as indicated in several sets of minutes. He has presented information multiple times to both the ZBA and the PC regarding the need for update. There are examples available for a better ordinance to address the issue. There's no need to reinvent the wheel, and it should not take very long. Again, though, I was wrong to speak out the word no multiple times when the chair made a comment. I know the public takes what is said by commissioners and especially the chair as being accurate and correct, and what was said was not, but I should have restrained myself. I apologize. There was also a statement made at the PC that the contract with the company that has been hired by the township to do codification / recodification of the zoning ordinance had or likely had expired. That too was incorrect information. Unicode is still under contract. As I am certain everyone, or at least most people, can relate, it can be very difficult to refrain when factual incorrect things are presented as fact. Maybe it needs to be called out more often, not repeatedly, unless the inaccurate information is repeated, but when the same thing is said repeatedly, it loses its impact and just ends up causing irritation. Believe me, though, I will hold my tongue while conducting my job as recording secretary and Zoom administrator, and I hope that you all, the board, the planning commission, and the public will accept my apology for my inappropriate conduct.
Anyone else here in Township Hall?
Good morning. I have one correction to the minutes on the clerk's meeting packet, page 3983 for, I should go get my notes, but it was in correspondence. It should be correct from Leonard to Peltonen / recommendation. Okay. Whitewater Township Board Meeting 9/11/22 filed by Clerk Goss, changed correspondence number 8 on page 3983 Leonard / September agenda item to Peltonen / September agenda item. If I can't request this from the podium, I would ask that one of the board members do that correction when it comes time for approval of the minutes. In addition to that, my comments are in general. I think that the township board is doing much more than they have in the past in terms of research. The trustees in particular have been doing an exceptional job. The clerk, the supervisor, and the treasurer are doing many things I have no idea of their job duties and what time it entails. However, I am aware that there are some transformational possibilities in the area going on through growth, population growth, and I would like the township to really step up their game in that area. Our township is surrounded by 3 townships in Grand Traverse County, Acme, East Bay Union, a township, Elk Rapids Township in Antrim County, Kalkaska County, Clearwater Township in, Kalkaska Township and Clearwater Township in Kalkaska County. We need to be aware of what's going on around us. It takes a lot of time to go to all of those township websites and look at all this information. I understand that. However, you guys have lived here a long time. You know a lot of people. It might be much easier for you than what I suspect. It's very difficult for me. There's an old phrase, partner or perish. You have probably heard a million times. And I think we need to just put that at the top of our forefront of our mind when we want to do any grant writing, in particular for broadband. Maybe we can expand the area that we can cover with a different direction coming from Acme Township in particular. I have no idea. Again, it takes a lot of time and effort. I don't think at this point in time, you may have the time to do that, but if you ask someone on this side of the podium to assist you in a particular area, they will probably be willing to do so. You know who you know. So that was my request. I know that you've already seen this, but again, I was aware of the Michigan Passenger Rail Phase 2 planning study being conducted by the Cadillac Wexford Grant Transit Authority. And I was wondering if someone was from this township was going to be following that in particular, or if there's someone that, is there a way to Zoom their meetings or be involved in that? I would like some information coming forward on that in our planning. The Planning Commission has a lot on their plate. Master plan is outdated, as everyone knows. It's about a year to 18 months behind what we need. Which from now, what we need right now is probably 12 to 18 months out. And whatever help they can get from the board or from other people in the township, I would really appreciate it. Thank you.
Anyone else here in Township Hall?
Good morning. My name is Rod Trump. I spoke at the meeting last month as well. It's good to be back here in front of all of you, see some familiar faces and some new faces. And I speak on behalf of High Point Golf Club, which is at 5555 Arnold Road. You may have seen it. You may know it was once there. It closed in 2009, never reopening. And it's not just interestingly enough, just a golf course. There's a gentleman who lives in Traverse City who designed the golf course. It was the first golf course he ever designed. Since then, he's gone on to build 46 golf courses all around the world, 7 of which are now ranked in the top 100 golf courses in the world. So the gentleman I'm referencing is Traverse City resident Tom Doak. And if he were a dancer, he may be Fred Astaire. If he were a singer, he may be Frank Sinatra. So the fact that he's a golf course architect may not resonate with everyone in this room, but I would put him in, easily compare him if he were in one of those other spots. That's how we would look at him. So it's a very personal project for Tom as well as for me. Tom cut short a trip to Europe and had planned to be here this morning, but when he got back, he had a bit of a cough, and he tested on Monday and tested positive for COVID, so he was unable to join me last night at the Acme meeting, and obviously can't make it here this morning. But I speak on behalf of both of us. It's a project obviously near and dear to Tom's heart. It's very personal, and it's the same for me. I'm not a professional developer. I'm someone passionate about golf. I spent 8 weeks here in 2001 in the summer and fell in love with the area. I plan to reside here for at least half the year for the rest of my life if we're able to move forward with this project. And it's interesting as I go around town and meet folks, so many people have ties to that golf course. Either they played there, my dad played there, you know, I worked there when I was a kid cleaning carts. It's really remarkable. We want to restore that, make it a part of the community, bring it back better than ever. And we just need a little help from all of you. We realize that you have a moratorium in place for any development, and we're respectful of that. We understand you needed to get some things in order, that you had some challenges from a development perspective. But this project is one, it's a right of use in the current zoning ordinance. So it doesn't require a special use permit or anything like that. It's a right of use. And then secondly, in a way, we kind of look at it as, you know, we're saving the family farm. I mean, it's green space right now, but we're afraid if we're not able to bring it back as a golf course, that there are plans where someone else may want to build homes there, 60 homes over the acreage there. So we would just ask that you consider site plan review for this project sooner rather than later. We ask for that respectfully. And I thank you for your time and consideration this morning.
Anyone else here in Township Hall? Good morning.
Morning. I apologize. I'm not big on this setup here. I see it on new business item. There is.
How about your name?
My name is Brian Green, and I
Hello,
see
Brian.
new business item 5 is broadband set special meeting date.
Can I ask you how do you spell your last name?
Green, spelled just like the color, Green.
Okay.
And I'm a local
That's
resident.
how you spell it.
You would not you'd be amazed how many people add an E at the end of green. And I am a local resident. I'm a business owner, and I moved up here 12 years ago. And one thing I've noticed is the lack of broadband in this area. There is Charter, now Spectrum. Their service is very inadequate. It's very irregular in this area. It goes out often. And I just wanted to make sure that you guys consider the Push by 186 networks. I've been in contact with them. They have a great system, local company, they're Rapid City, but we won't hold that against them. But they're expanding here and they have a really good system, really good setup. And I just wanted to kind of voice my approval for that and volunteer my services as an IT professional if you needed research or any help with that expansion plan.
Absolutely. I don't normally answer public comment, but absolutely.
I know volunteering is rare, but I would love to help with gathering information down the expansion down, the planned expansion down Maple Road to Deal Road, and to look in the expansion down to Bunker Hill Road, where there is no affordable broadband at all. So, thank you. Yes, it is 5.
Let's hold the questions, please. Thank you. Yep, yep. But yes, love to get in touch with you after the meeting or by telephone. We're all available.
How would you like my information? Can I give you my information? What do you
You
need?
write it down on a piece of paper, and if you choose to leave before the meeting's over, I'll share it with all the board members.
I probably will, because I have young kids. I do have to go back to them. But,
Sure.
I will write something down for you. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Anyone else here in Township Hall? All right, so we will go to the Zoom platform, and I see Melissa, you have your hand up. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Hear us?
Okay, yeah, it was a little spotty there for a minute, but yeah. So I just wanted to take a few minutes. we had a late meeting last night with Parks and Rec Committee, and I know, Ron, you had emailed me regarding the Grand Traverse County ARPA opportunity, and I did send the board an email on this morning, but I just in case that wasn't able to be read by the board members, I wanted to at least give you an update verbally. So the Grand Traverse,
Update about your meeting, Melissa?
say that again.
Is this going to be a verbal update about your meeting?
It's just regarding the ARPA, Grand Traverse ARPA. Cheryl has information about our other, the meeting in general. So you had asked to recommend 3 projects that we could submit for the grant submissions for the Grand Traverse County. So the 3 projects we had, were recommending on the small side of the project is the BCNA trail. There, and Cheryl will probably discuss this further in her update from the meeting minutes, but there is further tree damage that was not taken care of from the tree removal project that was found at our last meeting. So we're in hopes to make sure that the BCNA trail is safe and accessible through all of the arms of that trail. We want to extend, also try to loop it so that it creates a full loop back to the trailhead, which has been one of our capital projects for quite some time, as well as the signage out front is in bad shape. It's very, very hard to see from the roadside. So that needs to be updated. So based on the amount of trees that were removed from the last project and what we are very, very thumbnailing a project size like this, our estimate for that was, to throw out a number, was about 42,000. The medium-sized project that we would recommend is the Lossy Wetlands to fix that area, as well as the bridge that crosses the Battle Creek. That trail improvement project at a very, again, a very high level budget is around 150,000. And then the large project we would recommend putting in for the grant application process is for the boat launch expansion. What we had put into our capital project as a budget, which I think was inclusive of not just the boat expansion process that's going on now, but as well if the board wanted to look into the toilet potential upgrades. So our recommendation would be to put in a budget for $400,000 for that grant project application. We do have 2 members of the CRAC who had volunteered that we could spend some time doing this grant application. It is obviously going to be some time to do that, and the deadline is October 31st. So time is of the essence, and if the board wants us to pursue putting any applications like that forth, we would just need to know that as soon as possible. And that is all I had for this morning.
Thank you. Vicky Bean, good morning.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for your time. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in public comment. I attended the PC meeting last week, and I had noted I had just returned from a conference in Nashville and spoke to residents in Nashville. I don't know if any of you have been there recently. It had been a few years since I had been. It is out of control growth down there. People that live there are not going downtown. They said it's like a freight train coming through, and it really lends to what we're talking about in our township. And there've been several comments about this. I appreciate the fact that all of you are getting pressure due to the moratorium being in place. Certainly from what you may look at as big money people. I love the idea of a golf course from Mr. Trump. No relation to Donald Trump, as we were told. Again, he even stated today the appeal of a golf course and not 60 homes, green space and all that. And that's really what we've been talking about in development in our rural community. Similarly, the Bags Road site condo, maple trees and open field compared to 22 homes, pretty small area. But I really truly believe that the local residents need to be protected and our rural character needs to be protected. The moratorium was put in place. Quite honestly, I've been to all the PC meetings and really not much has been done, except you were sent an updated version of Ordinance 25. You guys have noted several mistakes in it. And after a lengthy debate at the last special meeting, you guys noted you would like it to be split into 2 ordinances. We really haven't accomplished much, but I noted in the packet today that there's a potential of the moratorium being lifted. I don't want it to be lifted just because of some pressure of 2 potential developments. You guys hired a planner to help get Whitewater back on track. He has not had a chance to do much of anything. And if any of you go back and look at the PC meeting, every time that he tried to give any input last week, he was quickly talked over. So if we're going to spend the money for Randy's expertise, which I am so appreciative that we are, then why don't we let him pass on his expertise? Wouldn't it be prudent and fiduciarily responsible to at least let your expert planner have the opportunity to review where we're at right now before you lift the moratorium? I truly feel that you took 1 step forward and are now taking several back. We really are no further ahead than when you voted for the moratorium. Again, the attorney and the zoning administrator had stated a moratorium was something to look at and putting in place. And it really looks like you updated an ordinance with one that still needs work. And we are supposed to be trusting you to lead us all into the next era of our township. We, the people, also have an attorney on our side to make sure that the township is adhering to its own ordinances. That is really important to all of us that live here year round. The marijuana rush turned out to be quite costly for the township. Please don't rush the moratorium lifting and allow things that cannot be reversed. The bottom line is on Bags Road, that division of land was not done properly. If you follow your ordinances, you will finally begin to see where we're at. Thank you for your time.
Good morning, Connie. I see your hand is up.
Good morning. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. Connie Highmore. I attended the PrAC meeting on Zoom last night and thought I'd share a couple of things that seemed a bit off. They didn't have a quorum at 7 o'clock, so they waited. And while that was going on, conversation in the room and recorded on Zoom, the Zoom facilitator spoke about one of the members and a medical issue. I quickly typed into the comments, you probably shouldn't be discussing someone's medical issues on Zoom. It isn't our business. Please protect his privacy. It sure seems like a HIPAA violation. I hope that we're more aware when the recordings are happening and some of the conversations that are going on in town hall. After Melissa Melton arrived, the meeting began at 7:23, and at one point, the Parks and Rec Administrator, Goss, mentioned that Trustee Glenn had a motion on today's board agenda to move the Parks and Rec money to the general fund. She stated that 3 board members would likely be voting for it, but she and Ardella would be voting no. How can employee Goss state how a board member is going to vote today? Ardella, is Clerk Goss telling you how to vote? Or did you give the Parks and Rec Administrator permission to tell the PrAC members how you're going to vote? Someone is crossing the line in these meetings. My last comment is on the moratorium. It was put in place 3 months ago today, on July 12th. I don't agree that Article 25 site plan review and special land uses are amendment ready. It still seems confusing that they are in the same article. Why not fix it now? Of course, the other action items listed in the moratorium haven't come in front of the board. Site condominiums, PUDs, plat approvals, condominium conversions are still being worked on. I'm so thankful we have a new planner on retainer and a board member now at the PC table. By the way, welcome and thank you to Randy Melnick and Trustee Velmuth for your service to the PC and the residents of Whitewater Township. Their first meeting with the PC was just last week. Give them the opportunity to help the PC in getting the moratorium lifted when the work is done. We need direction for condo developers. That part is not anywhere near ready. You have a moratorium in place for a reason. Please don't be pressured into a rash move to please a few people. This will impact the lives of the residents of Whitewater Township. Please listen to the people's voices. Thank you. Have a great meeting.
I don't see any more hands up in Zoom. So we will move our agenda. Our favorite county person is here to give a report. Good morning, Daryl.
Somebody else came in. I thought there was somebody else here I wasn't aware of, and it's show and tell day. I'm gonna introduce Rob Henschel, the chairman of the Grand Traverse County Commission. He's gonna also speak with your permission. I'll be brief, I promise, Mr. Chair, and then let him talk. He, as a part of his role, he likes to go around to different townships and just check in. Of course, we share back and forth what's going on in each other's areas, but he, in the new district in January, which hopefully he'll be serving in, it will include South Acme. So he's even moving closer, so fair warning. At the county, my report briefly, it may seem kind of quiet right now, kind of like Whitewater may seem kind of quiet right now, but there's a lot going on behind the scenes. We've got the ARPA applications coming in. As you've heard me talk about it every month. You don't have a line in the water, you're not going to catch any fish. I'm encouraging everyone to bring us things that I can advocate for at the county level. All requests are going to come to the full board. We've had some discussions. I know there were some discussions in the comments this morning, and also with the supervisor about possible things for this area. So the Workday computer software system, that's a big thing going on up at the county. We're going from our 1970s system to our new modern day system. That's been a huge project, which is why I've mentioned why we haven't been throwing a lot of things at them. The last thing I want to mention is that we understand there was a lot of frustration with the road commission from the supervisor, members of the board, members of the public in Whitewater Township. So we had a relatively new road commissioner come on board, who is a very sharp individual, who Chairman Henschel, myself, supervisor, and this new road commissioner, his name is Haider Kazim. The 4 of us met together and had a long conversation going down to the details of some of the frustrations with the road commission from Whitewater Township's standpoint. And we made a list. We're going to look at those specific issues. And if I know anything about Hyder, he will be working that list and addressing each individual item. So hopefully supervisor agrees that we had a pretty good meeting. We'll see if we can then later on, if he'll agree with us that we were able to maybe answer some of those questions. So let's hope that's the case. With permission, may I allow Mr. Henschel to finish my report?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thanks, Daryl. Once again, Rob Henschel, Chairman of the Grand Traverse County Commission. Supervisor Pop did reach out to me earlier this summer, and at the speed of government, I finally got back with him. You know, being a county commissioner is not a full-time gig, as your trustees know. It's like you can work on it as much as you want, but by day I run a hardware store, Roy's General Store. So you know, whatever time I can steal away from the business, I put into my service to our community as best I can. I think you pretty much covered the bases. We've in the last few years taken some heavy lifting projects at the county level, getting our technology up to speed because we want people to be able to go online and access their government in a modern sense, just like you can go and, you know, our private sector is really up to speed. You can go on Amazon and buy about anything you can think of, but can you get a permit to, you know, do what you need to do at your house or, you know, access those kinds of things, you know, get a dog license, you know. So we're really trying to upgrade our government to get up to speed with the rest of society. So we're working on that. Our Epic GT system, which is being picked up by a few of the townships slowly. We're not trying to push it too quickly, but it is something we are incentivizing financially to the townships, is to get your permits online so people can look up in one central location. Most people, I should say most, a lot of people don't know what township they live in. They think they live in Traverse City. They live in, you know, Whitewater or Acme, you know, we hear that a lot. So, but one central county website where they can go into a web portal and access permitting is something we've been pushing. It's a long haul. We're about 3 years into the project now, and we want to keep pushing because it's coming right along. We've got all those kind of projects, and you know, we've done studies with our staff to make sure we're able to recruit quality people to serve in our county government, our law enforcement, our courts, our health department, all those things that county government takes care of. So that's a lot of the long haul big lifts that you've probably heard about from Daryl over several months that we're doing at the county. And then of course, ARPA. As of last week, we were about halfway through the 60-day period for giving us applications for ARPA funding. And as of last week, I spoke to our county administrator, Nate Alger, and he had received 3. And so I told Supervisor Pop this last week that we're going to fund them in the order received.
$5 million.
Yeah. In fact, I told the MTA lunch that too. You know, we're going to fund them in the order received. That's not true, but if we did, you know, consider anyway. But we do, you know, do encourage. I currently represent, my current district includes rural townships like Union Township, Fife Lake, Paradise Township, and part of East Bay. So I'm used to representing the rural areas, and obviously I'm representing Acme, your next door neighbor. So I'll continue to look out for and push for.
Part of Acme, sir.
Yeah, part of Acme, not where Daryl lives, but continue to push for support for our rural townships because you know, sometimes they get overlooked, and that's not right. So I'm currently, you know, as aforementioned, pushing with the County Road Commission. You've heard from a few townships that feel like they're being neglected. So pushing those guys out. We appointed Hyder Chasm, who actually by day he's a municipal attorney. So he brings a lot to the table. You know, you can ask him questions and get a straight answer. It's kind of nice. He doesn't say, I have to ask my attorney, you know, because he is an attorney. But anyway, he won't give you legal advice, but he can have answers a lot easier. So that's kind of what's been going on. I really encourage you to get your ARPA applications. It sounds like you've got your planning and zoning issues going on. If there's anything the county can do as far as administrative support, or even, you know, maybe there's ARPA funding we could suggest towards the project you have going to help you guys, you know, can keep your house in order. And I know what it's like in government. You inherit problems. That's when you get elected. You just there's a laundry list there you find when you get to office. Oh, I didn't know about that. And it sounds like this is one of those things that over the years, it has just kind of been kicked down the road, and you all have inherited it as the current board. So if we can help you get your you know, ducks in order in any way, obviously you're leading the charge, but if we can support you, let us know. Yeah, so that's my report. Thanks.
So just to be clear, there might be a couple of questions, but with Hiram, one of the top things I requested was to try and schedule our spring meeting that should have taken place after the March rollout of the entire board. So I didn't want the board to think they were left out. Yeah. So, any questions for Daryl or Rob?
I have one. Did I hear you right? You've only received 3 applications?
As of last week, halfway through the application period, we had 3 in hand.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, everyone's talking about it. We had 3 in hand.
4 or 5 different ones right now.
We'll
Okay.
probably have dozens.
Yeah.
But on the last day, that's
Yeah.
kind of like a homework assignment.
Yeah.
Yeah. And if I
How
could,
late do you accept them?
you know, we've left it up to the administration, but if there's anything I can do to, help support the ideas you bring, let me know by all means. And just so everyone knows, and for some public knows, that I'm not a road commissioner. We don't control the road commission. Every 6 years, a road commissioner's term ends and we appoint someone. And during that 6 years, there's not a lot we can do. By all means, we manage our relationships as best we can, so we have some influence, but we do not have control over the road commission. So bringing Hyder Chasm on board is someone that I have a pre-existing relationship with and a respect for. I've worked with him in politics and other things. So, somewhat, I can certainly go to bat for you as best I can. At the end of the day, as you know, you can only do what you can do, but I won't make excuses. I'll just push hard as best I can.
All right.
Thank you.
Now our favorite local celebrity, Fire Chief Brandon Flynn.
Thank you, Brandon Flynn, Whitewater Township Fire Chief. So September was a busy month, very emotional month with kind of a little bit of everything going on. It started out with 2 funerals, one being Tim Schaefer, longtime resident and a 39-year volunteer for Whitewater Township Emergency Services. So that was kind of a sad day. He continued his civic service through WISA right up to the end, actually. And he was on a couple of different township boards and committees throughout the year. So very active resident for Whitewater Township. But we rallied towards the end of the month. We were able to complete the air truck project, which has been going on for a couple of years. So that is up and running and in service and providing a service for all of us here in Whitewater Township. I was also able to, now everybody sit down while I say this, I was also able to finally order a cabin chassis for our replacement brush truck. And that has been 18 months in the process. And that is me emailing LaFontaine Ram, Dodge Ram dealer, literally every week. I think she finally just gave up and hopefully it's ordered and she's just not giving me a line because I think my head will explode if I find out it wasn't it.
You'll get the truck, but there won't be a chip.
Yeah. I'll take that even. Honestly, I'll take that. So some good things happening. You can see one of my last paragraphs here is Greg Bird has been working on rewriting the natural hazard mitigation plan for Grand Traverse County. And this is a 5-year plan. It's good for 5 years. He just finished it with the help of a lot of other people. Since this report was submitted 10 days ago, it has since been approved officially by Michigan State Police and FEMA. It was funny towards the beat, well, this spring, Michigan State Police Emergency Management ordered us to take, ordered Greg to take off tornadoes from the list. They just don't happen in northern Michigan, right? Of course, not long after that, the Gaylord tornado ripped through and did a lot of destruction. So it was a mad rush to get it back on the list. So there was some drama during this whole process, to say the least, but it is all buttoned up and ready to go. And my last comment here today is I would urge this board here to adopt it to help us out in case something bad happens in this area. And that's all I have for you today.
Isn't there a meeting on that today? Like at 1 o'clock or something like that?
I am not sure. I'm not sure.
I signed up for it, but I don't think I'm gonna get there.
So Greg said he's available to come around to township board meetings and, do a question and answer type thing. But no, I think it's pretty much straightforward. It's been in the county for quite a while. Like I said, it's updated every 5 years. The last it came about that it needed to be updated was the city of Traverse City applied for a grant and they were denied because we didn't have an updated natural hazard mitigation plan. So that's kind of what brought it to the forefront. And a mad scramble to get it done. Of course, you can't, Greg Bird, he's very capable of writing this plan and submitting it, but the state and federal governments wouldn't let him. He had to use a consulting firm. I think it like $20,000 or something like that, which is, it's kind of sad, because Greg could have wrote the same natural hazard mitigation plan, but we had a lot of red tape to cut through and it was a lot of work, but it's all done. Thank you.
Thank you. Heidi?
I do.
You do? So for everyone attending, Heidi is just, this will be her first planning commission meeting that she is representing the board. So this will be her first report. Good luck.
I printed a copy if you just want to read it yourselves. The planning commission met this past Wednesday. We had a quorum, even though we were missing 2 members, Mike Jacobson and Alex Starro. The planning commission is working on the proposed updates to 2 zoning articles. These include provisions related to campgrounds and condominium developments. Both issues were topics of conversation at the recent October meetings, as well as prior meetings. In both instances, the PC asked the new planner to review existing draft material based on the recent conversations and his experience and provide updates to the current draft text. The PC is also restarting the process to update the Whitewater Township Master Plan. This includes updating outdated information and identifying the exact shortcomings with respect to the Michigan Planning and Enabling Act. All planning commission members have agreed to enroll in Citizen Planner and hopefully everyone will complete it by the 1st of the year. We're going to cross fingers for that. We have a lot to accomplish and hopefully soon this commission will have the needed tools to make this entire process flow more smoothly and accomplish any upcoming tasks and goals. The planner was present, but the zoning administrator was not.
Thank you.
To the board. From them to you. That's all I have.
Cheryl, anything from Park and Recs?
Yeah, the committee met last night with 3 members. Minutes were approved. I provided updates on the High Prairie Park dugouts and the Whitewater Township playground, the same updates that are in my Parks and Rec Administrator report. As Melissa mentioned earlier, the committee is questioning why the trail to the right in Battle Creek Natural Area that goes down eventually to the water, and the trail as it goes past the pond they're blocked with trees on the trail and they are and not safe. And our map in our recreation plan shows that those trails are present, but apparently they were not addressed in the storm damage cleanup process. They said those trails are not passable, and the committee would like to know why these sections were not addressed. Regarding the hopeful wetland area work at Lossy Trail, Steve Largent has provided a very, very rough dollar figure assessment for a fix. The cost is quite high for that. But what needs to happen first is that he needs to meet with an Eagle representative before determining the next steps, because they do have to be involved. Regarding the High Prairie Park playground repairs, they have 3 options now from the landscaper that, and I believe the board has been provided with that. They talked about those. And they also talked about the red tape being down around the playground. And, you know, that's been taken down by people in the community or whatever. I said I'd see if we have any of that tape left. We aren't going to have park rangers for too much longer. They're doing the shutdown procedures now. I'll see if they can get that reinstalled. The committee does not want to get the permanent signs done in BCNA for those 2 trail sections until those 2 trail sections have been cleared. So, but they'd like to put up some temporary signs showing the name of the park and the trail. I explained the history of the park and recreation funds and a recent conversation I had with Carol Hocken having to do with what's been referred to as restricted funds. It was noted that the township board has asked them for their top 3 projects, but has not responded to what the Parks and Rec Committee asked, you know, in the last 2 or 3 months. What does the board want them to be working on? And then I did have to leave the meeting at 9 p.m. because of today's meeting, so I was not there for any of the new business items. That's all I have.
Julie Brown. Everyone, this is Julie Brown, Superintendent of the Elk Rapids School District. Hence her color motif today, orange and black. Orange crush all
Right,
over
so-
again, right?
Yeah. so we
40
have
years
to-
apart or 45 years apart.
Yeah.
or more.
So we have to support. Thank you for letting me come to the board and speak today. I also want to thank you for your service. As a public official myself, this is tough times that we're working in, and the time that you give to make sure that our townships run and work and are stable is much appreciated by myself. And Lois, I just have to give a shout out to you. That was incredibly courageous, and I appreciate your public statement. And we can do a million things right in the public service arena, and it's tough when we make one mistake. And thank you for modeling that. I appreciate it. So I come before you today because November elections are coming up, and as township representatives, when you see a ballot proposal from the schools, you will get calls. And mostly I want you to know what the information is. And I want to point out that on the front page of this, my phone number is at the bottom, and certainly direct any calls to the school, and we will answer those, because I know townships are burdened with so much this fall with the elections. Back in 1994, voters of Michigan approved a change in the way schools are funded. And what I found is I have to make sure that people know the history of it, because we're getting confused. Prior to 1994, school districts could go to voters and they could ask for a millage rate, pretty much whatever they wanted. And what happened in Michigan is voters that valued education and typically are more affluent areas, millages would pass and per pupil amounts would rise. Other areas that deserve equitable education couldn't get millages passed, and their per pupil funding was very low. So in 1994, the proposal came before the voters to make a more equitable system for school funding. What we have is Proposal A, and what Proposal A says is that each school district must levy 18 mills for all non-homestead properties. So your businesses, your rentals, your vacation homes, your vacant land, every school district must levy that as part of their per pupil funding. For Elk Rapids, that's about this year, $9,000 of non-homestead of the $9,700 we collect. The other 10% that we don't collect to make up that 9,700 is provided by the state. So in our funding, it's 9.6 million for the non-homestead, about 1.1 million for the state of Michigan to make up that $9,700 per pupil funding. What Proposal A also said is we must go to the voters to consider the 18 mil levy. So we're coming up with an expiration of that millage in 2023, the summer where it's our last one. The voters last approved this in 2013. The voters approved 20 mills for 10 years. The important thing to know about that is even though the voters approved 20, we may only collect 18. The reason school districts ask for more is because of the Headley rollback. So to protect property owners, once property taxes outpace rate of inflation, they roll back those taxes. Well, that rolls back our levy. So if we only ask voters to consider 18 mills, in the last 3 years, you know what have happened to our property taxes, we would be well below the 18 mills and we would lose funding. There's absolutely no way to make up that 18 mills. So we're coming back to the voters, asking them to consider 20 mills again, but only for 5 years this time. And 5 years is because of volatility of the property taxes that we're seeing right now. There's no way I would want to predict what's going to happen in 10 years. And I also don't want the voters to consider anything more than 20 mills that they've done in the past. What we also need to understand is this proposal isn't going to change any rates on non-homestead properties that are currently happening. And all these monies go to the operations of the schools. People ask, what do you do with it? 85% of this money pays for staff, whether it's teachers, administrators, parapros, bus drivers. The rest of it goes to run the schools, heat, electric, maintenance, bus repair, those sorts of things. This first page is a really good page to look at as a quick, what is this and why do we need it? The backside has a lot of frequently asked questions, not a lot, a page full. And then we have the official ballot language on the bottom. It was brought to my attention that the ballot language is confusing. Attorneys write that. So what I have told other townships and people I visited with, even if a school district asked the voters to consider 500 mills, we cannot collect more than 18, that's state law. So there's a line in there that it looks like we're asking for 20 plus 18. We're not. We're asking a consideration of 20. We may only levy the 18 at any time ever. So that's the first one. Most important, near and dear to my heart as a superintendent and graduate of Elk Rapids. The second one is a regional millage. And this regional millage is interesting because this was first implemented in 2001. It's been in place for 21 years. The regional millage comes from the Northwest Education Services, which is formerly TBA-ISD. What the TBA-ISD offers schools in the region is support for special education services. This has been a 2.0 mill for the region, all the area schools from Benzie to us to Kalkaska, just everywhere around here, Traverse City. And they're seeing the rollback also. So they're asking the voters in the whole region to consider a half mill restoration mill, I guess, to restore us back to the 2 mills. So what was important to me is to know, what does Elk Rapids get out of this millage? And I think that's important for our voters. In this document on the second page of that second page, it shows what services Elk Rapids special education students receive. And you'll see it's about, I think it's $630,000 of special education support. The best way I can describe how this helps our kids is we have students that are qualified for speech and language services, let's say. We don't have enough kids that need speech and language, and our budget doesn't support hiring a speech and language pathologist. So with this millage, the ISD hires a speech pathologist. That speech pathologist travels to different schools and services our kids, and Elk Rapids is not charged for it. So even though it's not direct money coming to us, because of this, we have $600,000 more in our budget to provide programming for all kids. So that's the best way I can explain the importance of that one to the district. I did have someone say, "God, that just doesn't seem like a lot of money for a regional millage." For Elk Rapids, it's a lot. 600,000 equates, just to put in a perspective, about 6 teachers. And if you have to balance your budget, as you guys know, that's a difficult task. So again, we're asking our voters to vote November 8th and look at those 2 proposals. And the district is asking you to consider them and appreciate you just listening to me. And I'm open to questions. You guys have my phone number. However I can answer anything, just let me know. Any questions?
Julie,
Yes.
that 0.5 on this mill, the restorative, the need is because of the Headley.
Correct.
Affecting that
Mhm.
2 mills as well, dropping that below.
Correct. And again, the ISD is very nervous about this. They haven't come back to the voters since 2001. So they're like, it's time. So that's exactly what it is, the Headley.
So do you have this available electronically? Because I'm sure the board members will field some calls.
Mhm.
It might be nice to be able to email something
Yep.
tangible
Yes.
to those people.
I love it.
Yeah, we could do that. Yep. And that way they have
Yep.
the correct contact information
Yep.
and all of that. So
Yeah, I think the last time I was here, the idea of getting it out to your residents, I just appreciate that. I'll get that to you. Yep.
if you could just send it to all board members, that would be great.
Yep. No problem.
Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Yeah, and it sounds like you guys might have a long board meeting. When I visit, I typically like to stay, but I do have another meeting. So if I scoot out, please know it's not because I'm not interested. I love to spend the time.
Can we go with you? Motion on the consent calendar?
Make a motion to approve the consent calendar.
I'll second. Motion made, seconded. Further discussion?
Yeah, I've just got a couple small questions.
Mhm.
Or I think they're small. On the treasurer's report, Ardella, I know you missed a couple meetings. I hope you're feeling better. The bank accounts, the treasurer's report was May. We did not get a June or July, and then an August was in this packet. Is there a June and July that was produced that you could send?
Normally we give out, traditionally, it's always been just quarterly done, not monthly. And I do have September ending, but I'm not comfortable handing it out because we just literally at the end of last week got the bank statements in. Even though we may have data entered, if the reconciliations are not done to verify these amounts, I don't feel comfortable giving them to you. I just don't. I want to make sure what I hand out to you is verified through reconciliations. That's the proper procedure.
Okay, and
Now, if you would like the other ones, I have absolutely no problem printing them out and giving them to you because they have been reconciled.
may I get those, please?
Oh, absolutely, no problem. Let me make a list.
Thank you.
That was June and July.
Yes.
right.
Well, thanks. And just to be clear again, you said that the treasurer's report statutorily is quarterly, not monthly. Is that what I heard you say?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
If you want it monthly instead, let me know.
Second question I had. Oh, no, that's a little later. I'm sorry. That was the only question I had on consent.
Okay.
So you have none of the September minutes listed. It doesn't matter if they were available on the website or not. Per statute, you only have the next meeting to make corrections to those minutes. Otherwise, they will be deemed approved without a vote of the board. If you'd like, I can refer you to that statute. Bills for approval have also been provided. They didn't go out with the with Ron's board packet, but they're available in the information that I provided last week. Those should also be added to the consent calendar. And with respect to, I did go back, I was ill for the 9/13 meeting, so I was not here, but I did go back and listen to the entire audio. And I believe I heard a comment from Don about, you know, wanting the bills for approval earlier because needing more time to, you know, look at checks or verify expenses. And I will tell the entire board that my office writes checks every week. 1 week it's payroll, the next week it's accounts payable. And so by Thursday of that week, you know, we write the checks, we give the checks and the supporting documentation to the treasurer's office because their second signature is required on the checks. Then we get, they make copies of the checks for us and return the checks, check copies, and their supporting documentation to the clerk's office. We staple the checks to the supporting documentation, note, we put a paid stamp on each invoice and note the check number and date it was paid, and then we file those. So there's no reason to wait until the bills for approval comes out to look at checks. Any board member can come down here. They can sit out here at the table with the checks that were written that week, and they can review them for as long as they want to. So that is not something that needs to wait until the bills for approval comes out. I did also supply some budget amendments. And I have a change on that one there, but the budget amendments should have been included in the, should be included on the, but if you want to make that a separate agenda item, that's fine. So the, like I say, the 9/13, and I believe I heard Denise Pelton refer to 9/11 minutes earlier. There was no board meeting on 9/11. Perhaps she's referring to 9/13. There's the 9/13, the 9/21, and the 9/22 minutes that the statute says corrections can only be made at the next meeting. And after that, even without a vote of the board, they are deemed approved.
Well, that sounded more like public comment than anything. So the board has asked for additional time. If these checks are available and copies are made, why can't they just be put out on the table? Make an extra copy, scan them, provide them to the board members. That's all they're asking for.
That's not a priority in the clerk's office. Anyone can come down here. They can sit here with the actual checks and the copies of the checks and the actual invoices and review everything they need to. We simply don't have the time to scan all of those documents or make copies of all of those documents.
Well, you would normally.
No, we don't scan those.
Well, the board has asked for something. If you choose not to do what the board has asked for, I guess that's up to you.
And all I have to do is make them accessible, and I'm telling you how you can access them.
I will point out you had the opportunity to make changes to the agenda at the beginning of the meeting, which you So I believe we have a motion made and seconded for the consent calendar. Roll call when ready.
Bonnett,
No.
Bennett,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes.
Glenn,
Yes.
Goss, yes.
Now, do you want hard copies of those, or do you want me to email them to you?
What's easiest for you, Ardonna?
How about I email them?
That would be fine. That's great. Thank you.
Got to ask that.
That brings us to unfinished business number 1. Board asked for a written report on these updates. Has anybody received it?
No, you haven't received it. I haven't done a written report. I was not asked to do that. At the time the repairs were approved by the board, I don't have the dates of that everything was done. The update on the Whitewater Township Park Playground repairs is in the Parks and Rec Administrator's report. Everything has been completed. Except for the age decals, and I'm simply waiting for Fast Signs to print those. And hopefully they'll be done this week. There will not be a written timeline provided because I didn't keep track of dates when things were done. I do know that the trees were installed last week on October 5th, the soonest that the landscaping company could get those installed.
Does that satisfy the board's want, or you want to leave this under unfinished business until what report did you say this was included in?
My clerk / Park and Rec Administrator's report.
The late one, they didn't make the agenda.
So that would be on next month's agenda. You want to just leave this on next month's
I guess
agenda then?
so.
I mean, what's the board want me to do?
Project is being finished. I'm done with it. So
I just want to make sure the stickers get on the playground equipment. You know, we should have a checks and balance sheet. When you do a project, completion, not completion. Okay.
Well, moving forward, maybe we can do that with projects, right? I mean, we're just kind of honing down how we do project management within the township. So as we get better as a board at project management, maybe that list can be developed. Mhm.
So where we're at is we've got one sticker that's not on, is that correct? There's gonna be 20 stickers because they're on order. Yep, they're on order as of, I don't know, the 4th or something like that of October. So
Okay.
Catherine Berry recommends multiple stickers on each piece of equipment. I'm good with it, Lon.
Okay.
I'd like to not see it brought back again next month. I think we have plenty to do. Right?
No, I'm looking for stuff to put on the agenda. Yeah, I'm gonna search all the time. Okay, so
Stop searching so hard, would you?
we'll consider that to be done. Packet, unfinished business number 2. I will make a motion to approve Grand Traverse Conservation District to remove the hazardous trees as listed in partials tree care plant inventory
To approve Grand Traverse Conservation
as
District.
number 29, to chip all parts of the trees 6 inches or less and deposit those chips at the landowner's desired location, 1,000 feet or less away from the debris site. Project cost not to exceed $3,400.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded, excuse me, further discussion?
You'll need to provide that motion in
It's in the
writing
packet.
because not in the packet. What page?
38, further discussion?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes,
Roll
it is.
call
I
when
missed
ready.
this one.
Strike that last call for a vote.
I'm
Still
ready to call
motion
for a
made and
vote.
seconded, further discussion. I'm picking up on something that I think I heard about a part of the trail that wasn't done.
That was interesting.
Now, we had a professional arborist walk the trail, certify that the cleanup was done, drew us a map of where they walked and where the hazardous trees are at, and now it's not done. I think this is a different business item, but it is correlating to this. If there's stuff that's not done,
If you look at the map provided by Matt Harrow, it does not include the 2 sections of trail that I referenced earlier. So I don't know why he didn't go down those 2 sections of trail. But they were not done. And even Melissa Melton asked Steve Largent why those sections of trail were not done. And Steve said it wasn't on the list.
so I think the board approved the list.
Yeah, probably. I'm sure they did. But the map, looking back on the map does not have the 2 sections of trail. That, I don't know why that is. I don't know why Matt Harrow didn't. Here's
So this
this
sounds like,
shows the 2 red sections, the ones that have the red across it. That is the sections of the trail that were not done. And if you look at the map that Matt Harrell provided in his proposal, I know you can't see this from there. Those 2 sections of trail were not on the map.
the one looks like it actually connects into Lossy Road Trail.
No, there is no connection to Lossy
Right.
Road Trail. It's just a dead end that the trail. Did you want to look at this item?
I guess we'll just wait until we get some official documents from Pratt.
Well, what official documents would they provide?
Well, you're holding one. So
How come there's so many copies of these maps? Can
So-
we just get the updated one and like updated and then everyone has the right copy?
This is the correct map. This is right out of the rec plan. This is the map out of the rec plan.
I'm not sure what we're discussing. I think this is the first time hearing of it.
So I think we'll just pick that up as documents are forwarded to us. I'm not going to respond to anything in verbal. So if somebody has a document that indicates we need to do something else, you can forward it to the board. If you don't want to forward it to the board, then your project will not be considered. So I think there's a motion on the floor, and I think there's a second. Further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Goss, yes. Sonia,
Yes.
Glenn,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes.
Bennett. Yes.
Unfinished business number 3. I'll make motion number 1 to approve proposed general ordinance number 63, parking ordinance as amended.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion?
Why has this not been set for public hearing? Consistent with the township's policy on not having public hearings on non-zoning ordinances. Was it an oversight?
Why would we have a public hearing on something we're not willing to adopt? Are you willing to adopt this? Then I think it moves to a public hearing.
Well, you say your motion is to approve the proposed general ordinance number 63 parking ordinance. That would be the motion you would make after a public hearing. Wouldn't it? I'm just trying to understand where we are in the process. You're asking whether the board wants to take this proposed ordinance to public hearing or whether the board wants to adopt it.
I'll ask the board to adopt it. Yeah.
Well, we've had a policy of taking these to
Sure.
public hearing. I mean, are we throwing that out the window then? We're not going to do that anymore?
No, we can do that. We can amend the motion. Motion is needed to get it out to discuss. I'm happy to amend the motion if that's the board's wish.
Well, I think it needs to go to public hearing, consistent with the township's policy that even though it's not required by
Statute.
statute, we agreed that all non-zoning ordinances would go to public hearing.
So I'll change motion number 1. Who seconded?
I did.
Are you willing to change your second?
Sure.
How about motion number 1 gets changed to motion to set a public hearing on proposed general ordinance number 63, parking ordinance as amended.
I can support that.
I'll put my second back on the table.
Did you just second it? No, I didn't. Okay. She was amending. Some people say support for second. Yeah, I understand. I'm just letting him know I feel more comfortable with that. And your other motion is rescinded?
No, I modified it. What did you capture?
Motion by Pop to set a public hearing on proposed general ordinance number 63 parking ordinance as amended.
Any discussion?
I think we need a date.
I have some discussion on packet page 43. Specifically, Mr. Patterson's email under notes. He advises that depending on our status with a civil infraction ordinance, we may want to move this from civil infraction to misdemeanor penalties. My thought was the reason we had to go to this ordinance was just to get a no parking sign legally installed.
That's my recollection of why this started.
So I don't ever see us within the next few years writing a ticket. I see us having vehicles towed.
Can you
Because,
have them towed without it though?
yeah, because
I
that's
don't recall he said you couldn't, but
right. And that is my second follow-up question here with respect to penalties. You know, he talks about a dollar amount. We're not, I don't think, interested in collecting $100 to $500 for a parking violation. We're interested in making sure that the emergency vehicles can get down the road. So people only park on one side, not both. And we're interested in people not parking in front of others' driveways.
that's already against the law. And he
I
points
didn't know
out.
that. Mhm.
I didn't know that either. So
yeah,
if somebody
you can't
parks in
block
front of your
anybody's
driveway, you
egress.
can call and have them towed.
But
With or without a sign.
Yes.
Yes, I agree.
According to what Chris said.
Yeah.
I don't know who pays for the tow.
yeah, we do know
If-
that pushback came from that specific scenario. So,
Yeah, I don't think people are gonna want to put signs in their yards that say, if you park in front of my driveway, you will be towed at your
Right.
expense. I don't think they should have to do that.
so I'm fine. The basis of, I guess, me bringing that up is that I'm fine to leave it as a civil infraction. As long as the property owner can have that vehicle towed. That's the penalty that I'm looking to provide the public with. And it's my understanding, before we can even do that, we have to have this ordinance in place, and that ordinance has to be published, or excuse me, referred to on the actual sign.
And where you towed them. Or who towed it, so they could make a phone call and find their car.
Any other questions or comments on the?
Are you gonna dictate what towing service the
I don't
property
think
owner
that-
has to call? No, when I'm thinking about public places, Heidi, like, think about downtown Traverse City, it says no parking or you'll be towed. It doesn't say, but like in private parking lots. like
It
in back
says,
of the
yep,
building,
it
it will
says
say.
where your car was towed.
So this is a public situation.
Let them
so-
figure it out themselves then.
But, and that's what they do every place else. There's only so many towing yards.
Usually the sign's bigger in a private lot than it is in a,
Because they want to
public lot.
deter you and they've only have so many parking spots for their business.
I would agree with that assessment. Being in the convenience store business on our private lots, we had to not only list the MCL, the right to do it, but we also had to list the towing service where it was going. And there were some other language. The upside of that was the towing service we selected paid for the signs for the lot, because they had basically the exclusivity of pulling that. So there was an upside to getting those signs paid for. We tried to choose, for the most of its sake, we would try to choose somebody relatively close. I mean, we didn't, send them 50 miles away to just add injury to
Then I would
insult.
suggest not
So-
using word eaten. They take forever.
So, but,
They do.
so,
So the ordinance is going to allow property owners to have a vehicle towed without getting the police involved?
I
That's
don't
the
know
way I
if they're,
understand it.
I'm only talking about when they're parked in front of somebody's driveway and they're
Yeah, that's
blocking
what
that
I meant.
person's driveway.
Right, yeah, when they're parked in somebody's driveway. But I guess I'm just,
I don't think you even need an ordinance for that.
yeah, I don't think you do because that's, didn't he say that's covered under the motor vehicle code?
Yes.
But remember, there was also an additional reason that this came about was because of double siding, the parking on both sides that made it virtually impossible. Somebody maybe didn't park in front of a driveway, but anecdotally, we had heard about, they had parked on the shoulder on the grass and neighbors could let alone get through, let alone emergency vehicle if necessary. And that's, the second part of that motion restricting to one side of the street so that we would have that clear path. So.
Any other questions or comments?
I would just like to know when the public hearing is going to be set for. Is it going to be the next meeting, November 15th? Because that will have to be noticed.
What about getting a response from Chris with respect to part of the penalty being towed? Is that important to anybody else? Or is just the ability to put the sign up saying no parking, list our ordinance, and then,
I think that's good enough, isn't it? Do we have to list? We do not have to list what towing company it is.
no, I was thinking some signs that I have read, for example, say penalty of $100, $200, or some say, or you'll be towed at owner's risk, for example. Generally, I see that on a private parking lot, not a
Didn't you
public
just say
one.
we're not interested in putting to actually do a fee?
I said some signs say the fee, and I've read other signs that say you'll be towed,
I
right?
don't mind putting the you're gonna be towed
Right.
at the owner's expense
Yeah.
on there, because then they know there's a consequence, not just no parking.
Yeah, you're telling them,
Yeah.
don't park here because we will tell you.
Yeah,
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that at all.
that's kind of where I sit with the, the ultimate sign design. And even though Chris didn't say we couldn't put or be towed at owner's risk or whatever,
It's pretty common.
should we clarify with him? That's the question.
I don't think so.
Okay.
I mean, if he said that we could put dollar amount of fines on there, then why, if we list if we list the MCL or the ordinance and we'll be towed at the owner's expense. That's pretty clear.
Yeah, I have just a slight reservation. I agree with you. I think it is really clear, but there's also the question of the legality of it. We're off by a word or two, and now somebody claims that we took their car or their car was towed, the sign wasn't worded properly, therefore, it was damaged, and now we're dealing with, I think, getting a weigh in and just saying, okay, is this signage going
Does
to
it match
protect
what
us?
you wrote?
So, and maybe the thing, is to get it mocked up and present that and say, okay, is this, I agree with you, Ardell. I think that it should be a simple message, but one word here or there could completely give somebody an opportunity to contest.
If you feel better about it, I don't see justifying the expense of that, because it is, like you said, pretty clear, pretty plain. That is the wording that we see on most no parking.
But we don't know the underlying ordinance either. And this is my first time with a parking ordinance. So I've got nothing to go on, no experience whatsoever to go on here.
We could do it the wrong way too.
So it sounds like you want to put no parking signs on one side of the road. And you want to make sure that no one parks in front of driveways. Which no one should be parking in front of driveways, but I get it, they do. But what about then the other side of the road? You can park on the side of the road?
Yes.
Okay,
Are we gonna do a parking from this sign to this corner kind of thing? Or just nothing? To let them know that that side of the road's okay for parking.
In Chris's writings here, he does tell us a couple of ways that we can notify people as they enter the zone or as they're in the zone. And so that's a discussion for a later time. Personally, I lean towards in the zone. So we have this no parking this side of road or you'll be towed every so many feet, how many ever feet the road commission says. Again, I don't think that decision is in our hands. I think that comes from the road commission. Does that answer your question?
Well, if we're even considering putting up another sign, even though it's road commission thing, I would like to have it all completed at one time. I mean, should be pretty straightforward and not
Should be.
take up a long time to get this done. I mean, if it is something that, is becoming a hazard and it's down on Baggs Road, lots of fishermen go down there, not just in the summer. Fall's big for fishing. Ice fishing, that place is always packed down there.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
if it's an issue, better now before the snow flies, getting this done.
Yep, because then they're gonna be parked more on the road.
So it's just my opinion that getting it done sooner than later and getting up all the necessary signs at the same time so that people know where they're supposed to park or where they can't,
Yeah.
it is the best scenario, my opinion. So are we still talking about a public hearing date?
Yeah. What's your pleasure?
Might I suggest that, we've got a couple new business items talking about special meeting dates. Maybe for the point of this, to move this along, we could state at least, could we state currently for the next regularly scheduled board meeting, which is November. However, if a special meeting is scheduled between now and then, this item could be considered to be. Well, we have to notice this.
You
right?
gotta notice it.
Yeah, it's a
Yeah,
noticing
we
it.
have to
You're right.
choose a date.
Yeah, that resonated once I said it.
I think if we get it done at our November meeting, that's fine.
Yeah. Just to meet the requirements of notice.
November 15th meeting.
Heidi, are you good with November 15th? Della?
Yep. And this document that's in the packet is the version that's going to public hearing? Because that will need to be posted also.
I'm fine because we can make, if for some reason we decide a word needs to be changed because we can't tow, we can make changes after the public hearing. Is that good with the board?
Yes.
Motion number 2 talks
I'm
about.
sorry, we haven't voted on that
Oh,
motion
I'm
yet.
sorry. Yep. Any further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Betty? Yes. Glenn?
Yes.
Goss, yes, Valmir?
Yes.
Sarah, Cheryl, did you get Ron?
I'm good, yeah, I have everything.
I voted.
Didn't I call your name?
I don't,
sorry,
I don't think so.
Pop?
Yes.
Okay, I thought I did call your name, sorry.
Motion number 2, motion to add Bags Road, even numbered side of the road, Lakeside, and Lakeside Trail, even numbered side of the road, Lakeside, to resolution 2218 as a no parking zone.
And by default, that's part, I'll second that.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion?
By default, that question is on the, or that motion will be on the public hearing as well.
Yeah. I guess,
Well,
I'm sorry, go ahead. Sharon.
I mean, if you vote on resolution 2218 at this meeting, that's not going to be at the public hearing. That a resolution
But it
doesn't
could
go
be
to
part of the
hearing.
public hearing documents, couldn't it?
Well, it could be part of the documents, but
Okay.
if you've already approved this resolution today, it's with this language, then it's, wouldn't be up for discussion, I guess, unless you're gonna amend it.
So the only ask I have as a fire chief, if he has a preference on what side he wants the hurdles to be on. Does it make a difference whether you're on even or odd side of the road? You're familiar with Bags and Lakeside at the fishing site, right?
Well, wouldn't it be on the lakeside? You don't wanna, that's where the homes are, most of the homes.
That was my criteria right there. The off lake side of the road has far fewer residents to it.
Right.
While we're having this discussion, I have a question. The trees in that Fisher Park, if it falls down on somebody's car, who's liable? I watched one fall and almost hit a
Mutual
car.
of Omaha, I don't
Okay.
know.
All right, that's all I need to know. Thank you.
Storm chasers. Where on Bags Road is this proposed to start? Because I thought we had some complaints about the northern end, because that's a north-south road. Bags Road is a north-south road, and I thought we had some complaints about the northern end of the north-south section too. I guess I'm not clear where this signage would start. Are we gonna get a map or something that is gonna show where it starts, or? Well, we don't really have a problem with it up around the corner. It's after the corner. Am I correct? Because that's where
that's-
the boat launch is.
That's the only people I've ever received observations from. So Baggs Road, for the primary part of Baggs Road, is a north-south, but it does also turn east and west. Does a 90-degree corner at the lake.
Right.
And so it continues down to Baggs Landing, unofficially Baggs Landing. And then from traveling westward from the fishing site, it becomes Lakeside Trail. An oddity in itself,
The dirt portion.
correct?
Okay, so it's only on the east-west section.
At least that's where the complaints come from.
I think you're only gonna see this where there are public launches.
Cheryl, in an earlier conversation, you said something about the park having issues. So do we need to add Park Road to this resolution?
No one parks on Park Road. The issue at the boat launch is making sure that people who, when there's, all the parking spaces are filled, that, and they park alongside of the access drive, is making sure they get their vehicles all the way off the road so that they don't impede the access of emergency vehicles. But we don't have any, there's no one has parked on. There used to be, people used to park on Park Road, but that hasn't happened in a long time.
Okay.
Years. I think it stopped when you put that additional parking in. Well, that was been in all the time I've been here, but
So do we want to include this motion in today's business? Resolution 2218, or shall we take it to public hearing and then allow modification if we get pushback from residents on the lakeside, for example? What's the board's pleasure there?
well,
Get it all done at once.
I mean, to the extent they might have family that wants to park out in front of their property or something, we might, they might not want it to be no parking in front of their property. I don't know what we'll hear, but probably isn't appropriate to pass the resolution until the ordinance is in place. Couldn't we just add it to that
Sure.
agenda then?
Yep, I'm asking what the board's pleasure is. Yep.
Well, if we do it that way, then we're at least doing it in the proper
All
order.
together. Okay.
Yeah.
Consensus, board?
Yes,
Yes.
I'm in agreement.
So we'll just bring this entire thing back at public hearing then, right?
Sounds good. So you're rescinding your motion.
Not at this time, I'm actually typing notes. But I will rescind my motion, yes.
Did I second that?
No.
Not the second one.
Okay.
Are you rescinding the second? Did you say? Did you rescind the second? of the
Yeah,
motion?
I was waiting for him to rescind his motion.
Oh, I'm
but,
sorry.
He did do
Oh,
that.
okay. Yes, I'm rescinding it.
Are we good with that one then? Don, I owe you an apology. There is a mistake on the agenda. Item number 5 is a repeat of item number 4 is a repeat of item number 1 on the agenda.
Just had my numbers mixed up, but
Yeah, Yeah, no,
So-
you are correct. Yeah, so new business number 4 should actually be the High Prairie Park.
You mean
Unfinished business?
unfinished?
Unfinished business,
What did I say?
new
You
business.
said
You
new
know,
business.
can we keep it under unfinished business? Is that all right?
Consensus.
I'm good.
My apologies. So that brings us to unfinished business number 4. And that will be High Prairie Park Playground repairs.
I just have one question.
Can I get a motion
Oh, I'm
first?
sorry.
I don't think there was one provided,
No, there isn't.
so it automatically does not fit the board's.
But anybody can make a motion. I mean, it's been included, so. I mean, we have other things in here that are for discussion, so without a motion. Yeah, I don't see an irregularity in this. I will make a motion to approve High Prairie Park playground repairs. In the amount of $4,582, which is option 1 in the new landscapers bid.
I'll second it for discussion.
Well, actually, I'm
It's
sorry.
5,000.
No, I need to amend that amount. The amount should have been $5,007.19. As recommended by Prac. Yeah. Was there a second? I'm sorry.
Don, are you seconding it or?
Yes, I will second it for discussion.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion?
I have two questions.
Okay,
Really? Weeding a flower garden? We can't get one of our park employees to do that? We pay them an awful lot of money. I didn't know that was part of fixing playground equipment. It really doesn't say how much it is, because it's part of the weeding in the playground.
I think it's on there because Melissa asked her to do it. I know that was weeded during the cleanup in May. I mean, I'm sure that can be stricken.
Well, I just concerned, is it more money for me to pay a contractor than my employees? I don't know.
Well, park rangers don't do any kind of flower bed maintenance at High Prairie Park.
Okay.
I have a comment. I think it came to my attention, and first off, I'd like to acknowledge Melissa Melton and thank her very much for reaching back out to Catherine Berry after the last meeting and getting some clarity on a few questions that we had. Believe along the lines, there was the original proposal had option 1, 2, and we've seen this revised quote with option 3, which is a permissible use to take the existing timbers that are surrounding the edge of that property and adding in a few more pieces, given the fact that the circumference is being enlarged. And it seems to me a shame to waste all that timber. I would be a proponent of looking at option 3, proceeding with the work, but going with option 3 and using the natural timber that's there. Why waste it? We just have to add a couple more pieces, and I think it's a very dense piece to try to prevent weed growth in there. We all know from our personal experience at the houses that edging tends to get jumped every now and then, but I think it would lead to maybe some less maintenance over time. And use material we already have that's in good shape.
That'll pay for the extra money we used on the signs or the stickers.
Like I said, that I'm just throwing that out there as an
That
option.
would save $812. I mean, I'm not sure how much another railroad tie or two is gonna cost, but there's no way it's gonna cost anywhere near that.
Well,
I
her-
do, she
her-
has
her
that
quote's in
on-
there at 200.
Yeah.
So you're
So-
going from 4582 on the base quote for the aluminum to 3970. And so, and to your point, it's $600, it's $600, but we don't have to waste the timber that we've recently put in.
Plus it leaves you money to get the extra pieces. And hopefully those pieces are all right when they dig them out, they don't fall apart.
That's treated lumber. I don't think it will. And they haven't been in there that long. Don, I agree with you on option 3.
Because I have to say this. I believe 5-6 years ago, F&M Park in Traverse City pulled out their playground equipment because of the treated lumber.
Arsenic or something.
So there's still warning labels on wood today that is rated for ground contact. One way or the other doesn't matter to me. I just want to make sure that we do discuss that topic. I like the idea of reuse and save. Totally love it.
Was that park near water?
Do we have to have a border was my question.
The Civic Center he's talking about?
Yeah,
No.
I'm sorry, what did you ask?
I asked if that park was by water.
Yeah,
Civic Center.
no, F&M Park is down on the corner of, well, it's on West Bay, not on
Oh,
West Bay.
F&M Park. I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about that big wooden structure they took out at the Civic Center.
No,
That had
we-
arsenic in the wood. That's why they took it out. And it was a huge structure.
In this,
Been there for what, 20 years before they decided it wasn't safe.
right, and F&M Park was not maybe quite as large, but similar time.
Interestingly enough, though, I'm familiar with the Civic Center because, well, Don plays ball there and I take my grandkids there. They're using railroad ties as stops for parking. Not cement. So apparently they were concerned about the arsenic, but the railroad ties are okay.
Well, you don't come in contact with that,
Right.
I guess, right? I mean, last time I reached down to touch a park in Buckman, I can't remember when that was. Of course, I can't remember the last time I was on a monkey bar either. But
Okay, so the F&M, the park you're talking about was close to the water.
yeah,
The issue you're gonna run into without having a border is that the sand is going to migrate out
I get that.
with traffic. And then that's going to be, you know, and then grass is going to grow into it. It's gonna migrate out into where the grass is, and it's gonna become a mowing problem. There should be some type of border there to contain that. I think we're all agreed on that. It's just the which type. Right.
Okay, here's a thought. If we put it in there, we're leaving ourselves enough money to fix it if we have to. One way to look at it.
this
I
is
mean,
already the second fix on the playground.
I completely understand
I'm not
that.
gonna fix it third time.
Okay,
The other thing that is, would have to happen if you approve this money is that a budget amendment would have to be done because all of the extra money in the Parks and Rec fund, I'm sorry, in the Recreation Fund is still in the storm damage cleanup line item. So we need some money moved back into facility repairs and maintenance to cover the cost of this.
So that brings up another perfect question. I'm sorry, were you done?
Yeah.
Brings up another perfect question. We now know that maybe a third of the trail cleanup we anticipated to have done hasn't been done. So any money savings that we did have, we may no longer have.
I don't think it's anywhere near a third, because remember, the money that was budgeted was for Lossy Road and BCNA. Lossy Road, there's no question about that. It's 2 short sections of trail at BCNA, so it wouldn't be anywhere near a third of the amount of trail that was cleaned up.
So you think we were charged by the foot of trail that was cleaned up, or the number of trees that were taken care of? Which do you think we were charged by?
I think we were charged by the number of trees.
Agreed.
Yeah,
And so I have been to Huber Pond, and it gets nasty right there.
yeah,
There's 35 trees down.
right. And I'm not sure why that wasn't included in the proposal.
I'm shocked. I mean, I have to go back and look at
Right.
those documents of what
Right.
we approved.
Well, I looked at last night at the map of the proposal for BCNA out of some email way back, and those 2 sections of trail are not shown.
See,
On
map
the map.
issues.
So that's a board thing. We missed that.
Yep. That's what it's sounding like.
Can we get
But
a?
I
ver-
don't think, I still think you're gonna have, because my budget amendment, we had 67.2 in there for the storm damage for partials and Grand Traverse Conservation District. And it's not quite 29,000 that's been spent. So, because I still
So
have to
you're
go
saying
back and look.
$6,000 doesn't make a difference? Probably won't make a difference.
$6,000 for what? Oh, for this playground repair?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think we
Right.
can move that easily
Gotcha.
out, and it's not gonna affect that fund or that line item.
Can we get a verification that we have the right map?
So that's all a good question, but I think that's actually not on front of our business today.
Okay.
Well, I mean, it is a different issue, which we will revisit. Yes, Heidi, and if you'd like to help put together that business packet, I will accept your help.
Well, it can simply be verified by looking at the maps in the rec fund. This is in the in the recreation plan on the township website. That is the map that's in the recreation plan.
So could we, would you consider rewording your motion for instead of specific dollar amount? Because my math comes up, if we go to railroad ties, 3,970. I just ran the numbers real quick, but would you consider changing your motion to say up to a certain dollar amount? So we cover instead of a specific dollar amount?
Well, the first thing is just a correction, the 3,970, that is the base bid plus the $200 for option 3. You also have to add in these several items on the first page of Melissa's memo, add up to $425.19. So the option 3 total cost is $4,395.19 as compared to the $5,719 for.
So to Ardella's point, can it be not to exceed $44,500?
Something like that.
Something like that. And I'd also add with one other thing, and I think it's just, here's a great opportunity to put forth some project management skills. It is so noted in Melissa Melton's note that she's optimistic that the project can be completed within 3 weeks. I would like to say that add to the motion that the project be completed no later than November 30th at a cost not to exceed $4,500. I think that puts everything into a nice little path that says, okay, let's get to it and let's get it done and get it done before the winter starts.
Because Melissa has already said that it could be done within a 3-week period of time, I'm comfortable with that. If she hadn't stated that they could do it, I wouldn't be, unless we talk to them.
That's a fair point, very fair point. But since she's declared it, I would like to say, hey, let's get this done.
Cheryl, it's your
So
motion. What do you think?
Don, just to make sure I got that,
Yeah.
you were proposing that to add to the motion, project to be completed no later than November 30th at a cost not to exceed $4,500, which does lock in option 3.
Yes.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't mind amending the motion. I'll amend the motion to add project to be completed no later than November 30th at a cost not to exceed $4,500.
And I will second that again.
So I looked at this from maybe a little different point of view. While weeding the grass out of the current play zone is there, we need to make sure that we go down the 12 inches in depth. Who's going to certify that we went down the 12 inches in depth to clean out the rocks that are down there? Same thing with the other park work that we've had done. You can pick up the surface, but that doesn't mean that there isn't something buried down that 12 inches. And then Heidi already picked up on the garden. We're here to fix a playground, not take care of spring maintenance in the fall. I have a concern about project management, who, what, and where. I do like this project as being small, and I would get our feet wet on assigning somebody as project management. As we've been painfully made aware of, this board doesn't go out to the recreational facilities. We don't know that we're missing, trails that should be cleaned up. So clearly it can't be any board member. And, in the bills that Cheryl provided, we paid an extra $480 to a contractor who gave us a bid. So why even go out for a bid when the Park and Recs administrator just authorizes more money?
Because that wasn't in his scope of work.
Tough. If he forgot something, that's his problem, not the board's. So if you say, yep, we're going to include a concrete floor, that means you're going to pour the concrete floor.
Well, he didn't order the diamond dust either, and that was part of the bid. So it was always part of the bid that the diamond dust was going to be there, but it wasn't part of his bid to actually spread that diamond dust.
So again, project management is where we go wrong, even on small things like putting diamond dust in the bottom of a baseball dugout. So I'm not in favor until we assign a project manager. And if we have to hire one to do it, I'm fine with that.
That is it's a very important component of it. I have to agree.
And then I see that Melissa reached out to Catherine regarding the sand. Okay. to my knowledge, play sand is a certifiable product. So when we say we're going to get sand for a playground, is that going to be pit run sand? Or is that going to be sand that has been run through a screen and has a maximum pebble size of what? Grain size, I should say, not pebble. Because we don't want what is called in this document provided to the board for approval, we don't want larger rocks. Well, my idea of a large rock is Mackinac Island.
You know, if you have playground sand, and there's categories that say playground sand, they do not have large stones in them at all. That is not going to stop a kid from going out in the parking lot where the gravel is and picking it up and throwing it at somebody. If that's the real concern, then we have to blacktop and artificial turf everything. And still, a kid is going to find a way to hit another kid with something if that's their goal.
So I did read that comment
Yeah.
from Catherine, right? And my concern was never about throwing the rock. My concern was about us impacting the rock. So that's the perspective I came from. And until I read Catherine's report, I thought, oh, well, what stops them from throwing sand? That was my thought,
The
right?
sand in your eyes probably be worse than a small rock to your head.
Again,
honestly.
depends if your small rock is Mackinac Island or something a little smaller, right? So again, this all goes back to specifications. The second question I had, which is probably now immaterial if we decide to go with the wooden member, is I want to see a part number and a specification for the border material. I want to see an image of this. As I've visited a lot of playgrounds and I've never seen an aluminum edging, but if we decide to go with wood, we don't have an issue with that. And then the last comment I have is who will be mounting the signs and on what? That's not included in this proposal. Are 2 signs enough? Because there's actually 4 sides to the playground. Who will install the signs on whatever device we choose to put the signs on? For example, a post, a 4x4. Is somebody going to dig the 4x4 down? Specifications. I think that we've, and I'm not trying to find fault with anybody. I'm just trying to clean up our business here so we don't forget sections of trail that need to be cleaned up. This is a growth period for us here at the Township Board. This is not a scolding of anybody. It's taking a look at what is the project, what has been proposed, and are there any holes that we need to plug. And, you know, thanks to PrAC and all the members who worked hard on this stuff. Again, I think for our future protection at the board level, I think I'd much rather pay an architect, a playground architect, landscape architect, excuse me, $1,000 to generate this plan. They've already got that checklist made, Heidi, and they're going to go through it and say, yep, this is what you need. Here are the product specifications, and boom, you bid it out. It would be a lot less work for the board and a lot less work for PrAC.
So you're talking future projects.
I am. Yep. Yep.
Well, with those comments, I would say that it appears this project is not ready to be approved, and I'll rescind my motion. I think it's something that'll get dealt with in the spring.
That's sad. That we can't complete this project when we are so close.
Well, I'll make a motion to complete the repairs.
But you want a project manager. How are you gonna work that into your motion? I mean, the Park and Rec Advisory Committee has already said that they'll take charge of this, finishing this project up. Is there something more that you would like to see from that?
Yeah, I mean.
Melissa's already spearheaded this portion of it.
But just step back a couple of minutes in the conversation. That shouldn't be their duty. And like has been presented to us, we forgot sections of trail, right? We forget to include labor to spread chips on a floor, okay? Having somebody in prac be the project manager, I think is a conflict. That's my thought.
In this particular case, because the project is so close to completion and they have put so much into this, I don't see it as a conflict. If you want to start a new project, let's say, we've talked for many years about the walking trail at Osprey Park, then I could see you saying that there, because the project hasn't even started, hiring a project manager for it, or whoever's going to do it. I could see that, but this is so close to being done and they've already put so much work into it. They're familiar with it. If we approve what they have here today, then they will come back with their report for when it's done. And then we're done with this project.
I'm fine to go there, right? To get it across the goal line, I'm fine to go there. I do want the screen size answered. So I want to make absolutely sure that we don't have debris in there. That should be a technical term. What is it screened to? And my second question was with respect to the border, and if we're going to use the wood border, that question is removed. And any board member can go monitor the progress of this repair. That's what I will personally do to vote yes on this, to get it across the goal line.
So you're going to work with Melissa on monitoring it.
I
Is
didn't
that what
say,
you're volunteering?
I didn't say I would work with Melissa.
Oh, well then what did you say?
I said I will monitor how that work gets done.
You're gonna be the checks and balances.
And then the first point I brought up is the 12 inches in depth. So those are the two technical things I think that are left remaining. Now, board, please opine on those. If 12 inches in depth isn't a big issue and we don't have to clean it, do we even know we're 12 inches deep? I don't know.
You just stick a stick in the sand.
Yeah, who determined that we were 12 inches deep?
It was on Catherine Berry's inspection. I'm just looking for it right here.
I thought it was on there too.
That was a measurement because when I was at Whitewater Township Park, she had a shovel and she dug down 12 inches in several
Okay.
spots
Took a picture of it, too.
to verify that. So I'm it's not jumping out at me, but I'm looking here for the determination that
I was assuming that it was like a density test, a draft tube where you just take a cylinder and you put it down 12 inches and you pull it back out and you take a look at what's in that column.
it's a shovel, and she's looking for rocks and other, types of debris that would settle to the bottom of that. Well, I see a picture. I see a picture of it on page 60. I see the shovel in the ground, but I'm looking for It's in the third row down to the right, or third row to the right on top if your picture is angled.
Yeah, I see it. She dug down.
Again, that's what I saw her do. That's what I saw her do at the other park, so.
So that's, you know, when you think about this quote, they're turning a lot of soil to make sure that there's nothing in there.
They're removing a lot of soil. That's why they need the heavy equipment.
Yeah, the soil they're removing is the border that's 1 to 2 feet wide.
3 feet wide per the quote.
There is no definition in the quote that they're removing the existing 12 inches depth of sand to verify that there's nothing in it.
No, they're just expanding the border 3 feet.
Well, they're gonna weed the top, and I get that. And that's probably good enough.
And is the playground inspection call for verification of that the existing sand is 12 inches? I mean, she would have looked at that on her inspection over there, I presume.
That is exactly what Don just pointed out in that image, right?
Yeah, but the report,
That's at Whitewater Township Park.
no, that picture was high
That
parade.
was a
That
high
picture's in
grade.
high praise.
Okay,
The heading
but
on
there was
side
one
parade.
for Whitewater too then.
Yes, but what I don't see in the package was Catherine Berry's, multiple pages, that she's got, I'm gonna say 13 to 16 pages that landscape that have all these check boxes, and a lot of them are blank because if you don't have the equipment, that page doesn't apply. But there's a very specific section in there that talks about the depth of the sand, the quality of the sand, any other issues with debris in the sand. And I don't see that report.
That page.
Well, it's like I said, it's like 12 or 13 pages. I see a summary of her on just the standard, which would be like the final certificate, but there is a general report that she, worksheets that she goes through and makes all those notations.
So could that be then that there's additional work that needs to be done, in your opinion?
Well, the comment that leads me to believe that, and I'm drawing an opinion from on page 59. She talks about horizontal monkey bars. Fall zone needs to be added. Fall zone needs to be added. That, again, with my experience doing Whitewater Park, that means she's found something. It wasn't deep enough. It wasn't 12 inches uniformly. But again, without the report, it would be really.
I see what you're driving at. So I was thinking 2-dimensionally, and that the monkey bars, I got to get this rotated here. So yeah, the images don't show me what I'm looking for.
Yeah, me neither.
I was thinking that was a 2-dimensional thing, but you could be right. That could be a 3-dimensional issue. There's the monkey bars down towards the bottom on page 60. Two different sets. Melissa does have her hand up. Shall we invite her in?
Yes, please.
Yeah, please.
Melissa, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
What do you, you have your hand up? Thoughts or
I
comments?
just want to clarify the fall zone needs to be added. Comment regarding that report is regarding the establishment of the border, extending the border, the fall zone being the, the area around it. She had no concerns of the depth of the sand, which she discussed with us at the time. I don't know specifically what page it's on, if she said that in here, but she did dig down in a couple different places. The depth of the sand was not a concern. It's the fall zone she's referring to is just the portion that we're trying to accomplish, which is extending that border piece out three feet.
So I think that really helps me out if, I don't think Catherine was expecting us to excavate out the 12 inches and re-sift it. I don't think she was. So surface weeding, I guess, is appropriate. And is there any concern about the wooden members and the chemicals used to treat the wooden members?
They're only usually walked on, because if they're gonna be further out, you shouldn't hit them if you fall off a piece of equipment. But do you run the risk of a kid gnawing on them and eating it? Well,
It's not like the playground structure was made out of it. is your point.
that's what I'm saying.
Right. Bodily contact should be at a minimum.
It should be pretty much just bottom of a foot.
Okay. What about the signs, the signposts?
If it's completed within the next 3 weeks, I will have Dan Bellinger install those as he did install the ones out the park. If it's any later than that, it'll have to be somebody next year.
But it's still a cost. I mean, we're gonna pay Dan to do it. So I think that gets added into the bottom line here that Melissa has proposed.
Well, he'd get paid out of the rec fund, wage line item.
Mhm, yeah, yep. And then the material has to be purchased.
That's on here. 98.79 for the signs. Well, we'll need some fence posts too.
That's my point.
Fence posts and fasteners.
Mhm. So if we were just gonna round number, are we thinking a wood 4x4? Is that what we're thinking?
Steel.
Steel?
Yeah. These signs are for what again?
They're easier to put in.
For play at your own risk?
Adult supervision required signs.
Well, where the sign is right now that says that the park's closed, why can't the sign just be mounted to that?
Well, one of them.
That's entering into it. You can't
It
walk.
could be mounted there, actually. When the playground, when the other sign's taken down, that sign could be mounted there.
No.
And the other one was put on a post of the pavilion.
No, the signposts that were used were cheap fence posts. They're not even T-posts, they're U-posts. So we want something of value and structure that's gonna last.
Of permanent,
And so as far as a pipe, how do you mount the flat sign to a round pipe, Cheryl?
Just say pipe. They're posts that have
Oh.
holes in them.
Okay,
Posts, I
so-
didn't say pipe.
So you're thinking like a roadside post? Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So those are gonna be more expensive.
Well, I don't have, we just bought some for the park. I don't remember how much they were. We got them at Gilroy's along with the fasteners.
So road sign posts vary from, looks like on the low side of 20 all the way up to 40. You can go higher if you want. I think if we sit somewhere in the middle at 30, we're good. So,
Plus the nuts and bolts.
yeah, so let's make it 50 for the 4 sign posts or 2 sign posts.
You just said.
That's not that big of a playground. I think two will be plenty, but whatever the board wants.
Well, you can enter the playground from all four sides. That was my thought. But again. it is
Again,
a
I'm gonna go
board.
back, I'm gonna go back to the campground. You know, my conversation with Kathy Berry, we ended up with two there and she pointed out, you know, there were really two access points because that one backside where the drainage is, you know, they're really, yeah, somebody could
Yeah.
cut through there, but they wouldn't. And then the side of the hill
Yeah.
wasn't somebody. So, you know, she was saying an access point at every entry. So I guess my recollection would be, it would seem to make sense that we have this thing sitting as a square with four access points, four signs with four posts would be proper.
So let's add $400 to this cost.
Which you just saved by doing the timbers, so we're right back at the same price.
200 for the signposts at $50 a piece plus the materials, right? And, you know, I don't know how long it'll take to put the signposts in, but let's assume $200, $50 a signpost. Sound reasonable?
Yeah, and that's including the hardware.
Yep, so that'd be including the hardware.
So you need another 200 for the posts and hardware and another $100 for two more signs.
Oh, I see your
You only
point.
have, two signs being made, so there's an additional $300 to be at, not to exceed amount.
Plus 200 for the install labor.
Oh,
So now we're at $500.
Mhm. Yep.
Does that math work out?
I think we were at 4,500 before, now we're back up to 5,000.
No,
Kids don't run
option
into
3.
those posts. On all four sides and all those metal signs. That would be kind of hazardous.
We ought to have,
It's not that big of a playground.
we ought to have bumpers around them.
Yeah,
You're
pool
right.
noodles.
You are right. We better have foam noodles. She has a point.
Small square place. and we're
I
gonna
know,
put
so what?
posts like this.
I don't understand why we just could do.
So I
two.
think
Could
are
just
we
not
back
do
to your
two?
original motion with a couple of amendments again?
Yeah. just-
I rescinded my motion and then there was a motion by Pop to complete the repair.
I said I will make a motion. That hasn't been made yet.
Okay.
I think Cheryl's yours was closest to hitting it home. Would you mind?
Remaking the motion, you mean?
Motion to approve High Prairie Park.
Well, I'll just,
repairs
yeah, I can
recommended by
read it.
Brock. No later than 11.
Okay, and what is the amount gonna be?
Not to exceed $5,000.
That's what my math says. I think the only thing the only other thing we have to add to that motion, Cheryl, is just adding two more signs and the 4 posts and hardware to install. Depending on how that reads, that might be it.
Do you still want a completion deadline in there?
Yeah,
Please.
What was that deadline that was talked about?
November
November
30th.
30th.
Yeah.
And we want the wood edging.
Option 3.
That's what we've put in, or that's what I believe is going in.
So my motion again is to approve High Prairie Park playground repairs in an amount not to exceed $5,000, which is option 3 in the landscaper's bid, plus the addition of 2 more signs and 4 posts and fasteners. Work to be completed by November 30 2022.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? I will still vote yes, even though we don't have a screen size for the sand.
I think, but your points are well taken going forward, the elements that we need to, it was a good discussion on elements that we need to make sure that we're including.
Roll call when ready.
Pat,
Yes.
Goss, yes, Dommuth,
Yes.
Bennett,
Yes.
Glenn.
Yes.
Our last unfinished business is to approve the meeting minutes of July 12th, July 19th, 9 a.m., and July 19th at 6 p.m.
And as I indicated earlier, those have already been approved because the statute says they have to be brought to the next meeting. And that is the only meeting at which you can make corrections. So they are deemed approved and they have been posted to the website as approved minutes, consistent with the statute.
And what statute number is that?
MCL 15.269
Thank you.
and also page 165 of authorities and responsibilities of Michigan townships.
The red book.
Yes.
I guess that moves us to new business number 1, fire department, new personnel.
Motion to approve Chief Flynn's request to accept the applications of 3 new.
Hold
Part-
on, that's not the motion that's in the packet.
It
So
isn't.
motion to approve Chief Flynn's request.
I'm looking at packet page 85 and don't really see a motion. So I
There
do.
was a motion.
I'm
There's the
sorry?
next motion down for selling of equipment. Is that what you're thinking of, Cheryl?
No, there was a motion before that. I just lost my packet here.
I don't see one. That's why I wrote one out.
Right, and I didn't see one either, so I wrote 3 of them out.
What page does that agenda item start on?
8-5.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought there was a motion in there. I thought I copied it from somewhere.
I would like to make a motion for Sean Dagenhart.
I thought Don was in the middle of making a motion.
I stopped, given that we were questioning that.
Okay,
So
so
I'm sitting on the sideline. Go ahead, Mr. Pop.
I make a motion for Sean Dagenhart to become a member of the Whitewater Township Fire Department pending final approval by Fire Chief Flynn.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? I do have a couple of questions, but I'll reserve mine until other people can ask theirs.
I think, do we want to have Chief Lund comment on it?
He's the one that would answer my questions. Anybody else got questions?
Yeah, this one.
I don't.
Okay. Chief, I assume that you've already done the background checks.
I'm still waiting on some information on his training. There might be a little hiccup.
Okay. And so that's why my motion included for final approval by you. Are you comfortable with the board putting that responsibility, I guess, back in your court?
Yes.
I mean, really, they probably shouldn't be brought forward until we do have those final approvals, but I trust that if you do bring them on board, those final approvals meet your satisfaction. That was my one and only question.
Well, if it's a training, is it like a training issue or a certificate is at the state? Okay, so we could get him that training if he did need it, right? We could get him that training if he did need it, correct?
I'm not sure yet.
Oh,
This is all.
So do we want to just,
Hold off on him.
what's your recommendation?
I say we hold off on him at this point in time.
I withdraw my motion. So I chose Sean, so you continue your motion. Again? I wasn't trying to steal your spot. We're pulling. Okay.
So Sean will come back at a later date, when and if appropriate. Is that what you're saying?
So I will look to say the motion to approve Chief Flynn's request to accept the applications of 2 new part
Okay,
paid.
hold on just a second. I don't type that fast.
Okay,
Chief Lynn's request to accept the applications.
of 2 new part paid firefighters. Brian Haskin and Joseph Perkovich, as presented to the Board of Trustees in Chief Flynn's memo dated September 29th, 2022.
2022?
Yes,
Did you say? Okay,
I'm sorry, somebody said second.
I did.
Thank you.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? I do have some more. I'm sorry. So while I like Trustee Glenn's motion, there is a distinction drawn in your document, sir, of probationary and fully trained firemen. So the wording of the motion is really part paid firemen.
Part paid firefighters.
And I'm not sure that a probationary fireman falls into that category technically.
Yeah, it's just a distinction we have out in the field that he does not have firefighter 1 and firefighter 2 training. But he's still a firefighter with Whitewater Township.
And he's still under the umbrella of part paid. So,
Yeah, yep, okay. Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Glenn?
Yes,
Pop, yes. Bennett? Oh, I'm
Yes.
sorry, Pop. I'm sorry. Pop, what's your
Yes.
vote? Bennett?
Yes.
Goss, yes, and And Bowman.
Yes.
I apologize about that. Motion on there.
That's
You know, we really like being kept on our feet. So, you know, we enjoyed that little
It
exercise.
was not a test.
Are we good with that one, board? So that moves us to new business number 2. Motion to allow Chief Flynn to sell Whitewater Township's 2 Arctic Cat snowmobiles in a sealed bid format. Excuse me,
You making that motion?
I am.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion?
I just got a question. Any sense of what those are worth? Just a range? $1 to,
I think
Right.
probably $300 to $500.
okay, that just some sense of it. Okay.
I will make a comment. We thought that the snowmobile trailer was gonna go for a lot less than it did. And under a sealed bid, it went for a lot more than we thought.
As well as the expedition. So I apologize. I'm very
Yeah.
bad at estimating. some of
Well,
our stuff.
Stick to putting out fires. We're good.
Yeah.
That's okay, you're making money.
Oh,
In my
comedian
book, we're
too.
good.
A comedian too. I think motion made and seconded. Are we done with the discussion? If so, roll call when ready.
Bennett,
Yes.
Bowman,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes.
Glenn,
Yes.
Gracias.
New business number 3, ARPA survey discussion. I will make a motion to use data collected from the June 2022 ARPA survey and the September 22nd, 2022 Town Hall ARPA meeting to direct Whitewater Township's ARPA funding in 3 categories: broadband, fire truck repair replacement, and park and recreation.
I'll second that motion.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? I hear nothing but crickets. Come on, give me some.
So the question is where do we go from here? So we've done what I think is a very good job collecting data and validating what we believe that the citizens have been saying. So next steps are really what's applicable here.
Well, the motion is to use the data. Is there some suggestion that we're not going to use the data? That's what the motion is.
I agree with that point, Cheryl.
So the data would direct us to use it towards roads. That was the number 1.
That was the only question I had here.
Yep. And so if we use the data for roads, can we get it expensed by the time we need to get it expensed?
Probably not.
Probably not. And if we threw all of our let's say $96,000 in the pot, what could we possibly get done with that? Thinking that the road commission is going to generate or be generous and provide a whopping $33,000 worth of goods and services towards a project. So
It's not a good investment.
I think it's a direct reflection on the people wanting their roads fixed. And hoping that the township has some way of helping them with that. But when you look at the 5 top selections that they made. Out of all the selections, the three that are probably going to impact our citizens the most is the three broadband, replacement of the fire truck, and the parks and recreation. I think those overall are the options here that are going to affect the majority of the citizens, or a larger number of citizens, that we can actually do something about, that we can actually help with.
So along that line, and I feel bad to say this, I can't in good conscience go to the county ARPA and say, we want you to support the road commission, because I have zero faith in them. Not the county board. It's the road commission I don't have faith in.
Because they keep changing the rules.
Well, they're making us put brine on a 2-track road. I can't fix stupid. Just can't.
6 years is an awful long term.
Different discussion, different topic.
It is,
Yeah.
but thinking about the data we have collected, number one is roads.
Well, that
And-
information should be sent to the county commission and to the road commission, saying this is what our citizens are most concerned with. This is what we found out when we did the survey. You need to pay attention to it. I mean, that if that's anything, if that's the very least we can do for the citizens that answered this survey, then we should do that.
Okay.
As far as putting any of the money from ARPA towards that, it's like you said, it's kind of like a drop in the bucket, and it's not going to affect anything other than the fund balance increase.
Yeah. But you're for supplying the data we collected as it stands to the county board for informational purposes and to the road commission for informational purposes.
I would think they'd be very accepting of our material. I would think so. They want to hear. And if they don't, well, that ends up on their shoulders at election time, so.
Okay. Any further discussion?
I think we need to put something out for the people so they know how they get their roads fixed.
Yep. Call 231-922-4848,
Exactly.
extension 215.
Because most people don't know how their road gets fixed.
Well, we could do some kind of educational meeting and invite the county road commission to come out and hear the citizens' concerns and complaints. And they could explain that to them themselves.
I'm personally sponsoring a website that says like your county roads with a green or red button on it.
Yeah, I'm just saying if Heidi's concern,
It's linked to the county commission.
and it's a valid one, how do the people find out how the roads are fixed? Don't just talk about it. Don't just complain about it.
Well, it is
Actually
kind of,
invite
I mean,
somebody
how
in.
many times have you explained it, Ron? And people still don't get it. So
All good questions, but we are now kind of veering off of topic, and kind of like the two county commissioners said, hopefully we'll get a meeting that we should have done in early spring with the road commission. Hopefully just after construction season, we can get that meeting. And Heidi, I think that'll go a long way to answering a lot of your questions. Okay. So the motion before us is to use broadband for fire. I'm sorry, use ARPA.
okay, all right. I want to know how you're doing that one.
Well, actually,
Technology, we don't even have to get out of the truck.
actually, I was on the cutting edge of fire communication on broadband, and putting a fire signal across glass was a real bugger 15 years ago. So broadband, fire truck repair replacement, and park and recs. That's kind of where we're at. And I think our discussion recently here provided a good findings of fact of why we're not going to pay attention to number one, which was road infrastructure. Do we have board consensus on that?
Yes,
Yes.
yes.
Heidi?
Yes.
Okay. So an additional question was asked, what's next?
Well, Do we need to vote on this first?
Aren't we still in discussion, though?
Yeah, but it's not part of the motion. What's next?
Okay. Could I have a little leeway? Very little? Good. So further on down in the agenda, Don, we have potential special meetings for broadband. I think Chief Flynn has got the fire truck covered for us. And we heard a verbal clue from Melissa about Park and Rec's plans. Although I must admit, I need to see something in writing with a little bit better detail. Not that her verbal stuff was wrong, I couldn't capture it all. So I think the next steps are outlined further on in the agenda.
Yeah, I'm satisfied with it. Yeah.
Roll call and ready.
I guess I do have one question.
Okay.
So a yes vote on this motion commits us to spread the money over those three categories. What if we determine that we only want to do two of them when all the information's in? Or is this saying that we're going to do three for sure?
You know, that's a good question. And so I struggled in the motion with the word direct. So direct could mean fund, or it could mean
Direct too.
Could we possibly substitute that word direct with the word explore?
Ooh, that would work.
and I was going to say consider.
I can work with that, consider it. Yeah, I could work with that as well.
And so,
but I think to Cheryl's point, leaving the word direct in there, I think implies that it's going to be equally split. And I certainly wouldn't say that at this point. So,
and I totally agree.
so
We might
explore.
I'm fine with replacing the word direct because I struggled with that myself.
What will be the replacement word?
Are you okay with explore, Al?
Oh, you talking to me?
Huh?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay. I'll yell out.
Cheryl, did you get that? Changing.
Well, I'm waiting to hear the final consensus.
Okay.
I mean, you're wanting to amend your motion. I haven't heard what word you want in there yet.
I'm fine with explore. So the motion would read identical except for the word direct, which would change to explore.
Right, that's what I have down. That you're amending the motion to replace the word direct with explore.
Mhm.
Heidi, you had seconded that.
So you want me to remove it or agree?
Re-second, maybe?
I'll re-second, thank you.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Pat,
Yes.
Betic,
Yes.
Salmia,
Yes.
Goss, yes, Glenn,
Yes.
New business number 4. Discuss county grant applications. Thank you for the two of you remaining here. I'm not sure if it's for the educational value or entertainment. Either way, you're still here, so that's good. Let's see, I do have a motion here. No, I do not. This is for discussion purposes only.
Well, it seems like we've got a very short period of time.
Yep.
So maybe we need a motion here, a decision here today to decide what we're gonna do and get busy on it.
Oh, okay,
If we're going to take advantage of this or not.
okay. That's good input. Cheryl, I'm sorry, Heidi?
I have one question. Is anyone going to look into the open grant that already exists on LASI and BSNA and make sure that the requirements that they want to do now weren't supposed to already be done in the past grant? Because that's still an open grant, is it not? Ongoing?
I'm not aware of any grant with respect to Lossy Road BCNA trail system.
I'm not aware of any grant.
Interesting. All right, I'll bring it to the table.
We may have stuff in the management plan that hasn't been finished from the original purchase 30 years ago, 25.
Right? It's a grant. It's still open.
Okay. Yeah, that's a huge topic there.
Yeah, I've never heard of it referred to as a grant.
It's, if you
So-
start reading, it's referred to several
It
different
probably
things. It
is.
says a
Well,
management
there was-
plan and it says we're gonna update it and we're gonna follow it. We're gonna keep going with it. Well, there's a lot of unanswered questions in there that are now coming up with doing this trail.
You're probably referring to the Michigan Natural Resources Trust Fund grant that was utilized, awarded to the township and utilized to purchase the property.
Yep, and it's got a management, well, yeah,
Well,
okay.
but there's
forget it.
no grant monies open.
Okay,
The grant monies went to pay the property owner.
yep.
So that's all been done years ago.
But you have a management plan on there that says you're going to do certain things, and a lot of them are now coming up in this project. So I'm just asking the question. I'll get someone to do some more homework. No problem, Cheryl.
With the deadline, as I understand it, of October 31st, I think the discussion needs to be focused on what there is available that could
It's
even
ready.
remotely begin
Yeah.
to meet that deadline. And so while Melissa has a lot of comments about park things, I mean, I read the grant application. There's a lot of information that's needed. You don't just say, oh, we want to fix this wetland spot or something.
Right.
Yeah, there's a lot of information that's needed. So I don't know, Chief, where this grant that apparently you and some others have been working on for the fire truck. I don't know if is that anywhere, anything that could be submitted, that the grant the ARPA county ARPA grant application would be able to be filled out and submitted by October 31st?
It's pretty much done.
Okay, so, I mean,
But we've already been in the process. Some of these people didn't even start a process yet.
well, that's what I mean. That's, we've got, so broadband. I mean, I suppose we can ask for money from the county for broadband. I get it. This is our ARPA funding that is gonna go to broadband, fire truck and park and rec. But I'm just saying,
No,
20 days from today is
This
gonna
is-
be here tomorrow.
this is the county's program.
Yeah,
Okay.
I get it.
Heidi,
But you have to meet one of those, you have to meet the priorities.
I
There's 8
understand.
priorities. So what do we have that meets one of those priorities is all I'm asking.
Heidi, not to move beyond your comments, BCNA and the original purchase agreement and Michigan Trust Fund, there are a lot of open issues there. I'll help you explore that. It's been a long time since I dove into it, but as Cheryl pointed out, we've got this much time to do
I
this much. work.
understand, no big
Yeah.
deal. I'll get it
So
brought back to the
answering your
table.
question, Cheryl, I did read the county ARPA application form. And according to their categories, I see we have Axe here in the township, Acme Christian Thrift Store. And I see that we have Down by the Creek Children's Center.
Mhm.
Now, I know Down by the Creek Children's Center was in to see Bob a year ago or thereabouts, and they wanted to expand their childcare. Are they affordable childcare? I don't know. They're full. And I,
Wait all the time.
do they?
Yeah, they don't have enough.
So I did reach out to the property owner, Tony Dean. He's the one that put the building up, but I guess that's not his business. Somebody else does the business and
Right. it's an
he's just the
investment.
landlord.
Yeah,
I think does Mariana Sanford still? own it?
Mariana Sanford's owner. Yeah. She's his,
From the Sanford family.
yes, she's his sister-in-law.
I was gonna say,
Yeah.
then there is some, okay.
Yeah.
But my point is, he has prints. He's,
It's called.
he has cost. He has a project. I won't say shovel ready. I won't say that. But he had an engineer. It was a little confusing. He wants to change the roof line to be more cost effective. But those are the two, my point is, those are the two places that we could direct our influence with the county to ask for funding. Acts, I think, does a great job in the community, serving those people in need.
They've got that food pantry. Do you know if they have anything currently slated for?
So I was really cautious here to reach out. And the only reason I reached out to Mr. Dean is to see if where his project was, because I know he was in here a year ago. So in the past, the township has not supported acts in their 2% grant money and a couple of other requests, which really we shouldn't be doing. But ARPA is a little different. And even the application for the county's grant process says it's open to for-profit and nonprofit organizations.
And see, I think they're the ones that have to directly apply. For instance, what I was told a number of years ago by the auditors is that we can't support 2% grant requests on behalf of acts because there is no statutory authority for townships to operate a thrift store and or a food pantry. I doubt if there's statutory authority for the townships at all to operate a daycare. So the Michigan legislature has, you know, we always have to look to the statute to find out, can we, because we're only allowed to do what has been allowed by statute. So a 2% request was, I was firmly told that we cannot we cannot sponsor that because the township cannot lawfully engage in those activities. So I question how that sets us up with this ARPA grant application. I don't know that we can do that.
And further on down in the agenda, we'll be asked, you know, by 3 different cable companies to support them with ARPA funds, or 3 different fiber companies, I'm sorry, you know. And so there must be a legal pathway under ARPA for this.
Right, because I believe those are telecommunications. Something to do with telecommunications or infrastructure for the entire township.
I have
What-
to, I have to wonder though, Cheryl, if the rules are different because it's ARPA money and not taxpayer money.
Maybe it is, I don't know.
So that's a question maybe for our commissioners. Oh.
Still awake out there?
Yes.
No, we have been advised before that we couldn't support like our Acme Christian
Yeah,
store.
it has to be a government function within reason. Now, ARPA does have special rules there's a little more leeway, but we'd have to sort that through with county legal and make sure it's something that applies.
Can-
I mean, sometimes you can do something like if they need water and sewer to a building, you can kind of, find a creative way to support the cause. But for just like a general fund, it gets a little sticky. You gotta find where it's going for. You gotta
So-
find out how to report it, because ARPA money has to be reported to the feds.
Right, so if the township can't apply for them, can they apply as nonprofits and we support through a letter or resolution? Would that help them?
For the application process, now our application process at Grand Traverse County is completely internal. It's not based on any federal or state rules. So you could apply for them, and if the Board of Commissioners says, yep, that's a great cause, we might have to say, okay, but that check has to go directly to them. It can't go to the township. You know what I'm saying? So
Right.
there is some flexibility because it's local. So
In our
I mean, it's
dilemma,
COVID money. Who
Yeah.
got affected most? I mean, the Christian thrift store does our only food pantry in our township.
yeah.
We have one licensed professional daycare center that is over full.
Yeah,
You know,
and that's a great, strong argument to put in the application that for your township, this is this is, our lifeblood in this area.
But can't those entities apply directly? Or no?
Yes.
Is
yeah, a
that the way
nonprofit
it
can.
should be done? That those entities made direct application?
Yeah, in a
For those
perfect,
ARPA funds, or do they need to go through the local government?
probably in a perfect world, they would apply directly, but quite often small nonprofits, they lack the administrative muscle to get something done. So,
Right.
if it's going to get done, sometimes someone with a little more pull has to just make it happen.
if you look at page 99, I think, yes, I just taking it literally, eligible applicants, and I quote, organizations eligible to apply include for-profit businesses, nonprofits, educational institutions, and other public agencies. But then you drop down eligible activities, and the line that starts responding to the public health and economic impacts of COVID-19. There's a line in there that talks about third line down, economic assistance includes assistance to households, small business, and nonprofits. And then further down, household assistance can include a wide variety of supports, such as those addressing food insecurity, childcare, housing, and network.
So it's in there.
I would interpret that as being,
There you go.
they could apply or we could apply, but they would be eligible.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Jointly apply.
it's.
I think the biggest, the point is just get it in.
Get it in.
Just get it in.
So, and then
Yeah.
we'll figure it
We'll
out.
dot the i's down the road.
Yeah.
But, again, it's not a state or federal application process. It's very locally controlled, so we have a lot of leeway.
So they may ask us for more information after they receive our.
Yep, could be. Yep. And those discussions could be quite informal, like staff member giving you guys a call and then making a round of phone calls to gather information to present to the Board of Commissioners.
Committee, the public sector consultants, the group we've hired to help manage this, that's one of the big things they're going to do. Their job is to make sure that the categories get matched up with the request and that it's done. So that when we put that money out, there's not problems later. So they are the professional for that. But as Chairman says, our process is designed to be easy. Get your thing in. We look at it in concept. We understand that after that approval down the road, there might be some changes that have to be made. We have to figure it. But we're not concerned about it. We're trying to make this process somewhat straightforward and not. I'm sure there will be complications on all of them. That's why public sector consultants
And
they speak that language.
And so, if the board was comfortable, we could do an application, or if the board was more comfortable, and we could get maybe a one-time idea from our auditors or legal. Maybe what we do is just put forth a strong letter of support for these organizations. We could still do the administrative work, as Chairman says, helping to carry the heavy load but really put somebody else's name on it. We could shadow author. Does that make sense? I mean, whatever the board feels comfortable with, but those were the only two ideas that I could come up with that strictly matched the categories that were identified by county. Really, Parks and Rec could be a stretch, but I didn't see him there, quite frankly.
We have a
What
lot
about
of
the
Parks and
fire?
Rec
What
requests.
about the fire?
Okay.
Parks and Recs is definitely one of the topics being requested.
And I suppose that could be done through the tourism side of things, the travel, and really health and safety.
Yeah, it's health.
Yeah, sure.
Oh.
I can see that.
During the pandemic, people did not go into the public. The only public they went into was outside activities, and that's basically what they did. They used your parks.
Yeah, no,
They were out, they were on the hiking trails. It was safe for their families, and it's part of the health and safety and welfare of your community. Keeps people active.
But we don't have any park things that are, I mean, with the
Written
exception
ready?
of the boat launch project that's got a lot of documents and drawings and that type of thing. We don't have, I thought about that. I don't really see that really as fitting any of these 8 priorities. Now, I'm just asking, why wouldn't the fire truck project fit under support public safety?
It does.
it would. It would.
Okay, so that's another,
Mhm.
I mean, you said the Axe and down by the creek.
So what I've garnered from meeting with other townships is that they're going with a three-prong approach: small, medium, and large ask. And so originally I thought the fire department was going to be the large ask, but in conversation quite a while ago, Chief asked me, what about a board match to whatever he asks for in the county ARPA as a qualifying or as to get more points, right? I don't remember if that's actually one of the points
It is.
criteria in the application. So, you know, if we did a 50-50 match, and if I'm giving away too much or if I'm off base, Brandon. Okay, so I consider the fire department now a medium ask. Maybe what we want to do is dust off the prints for the flush toilets at the park, which would definitely be health, safety, and welfare. And that project then was about 140. Now, I'm sure it's, you know, in the 250 range, very easily,
Well,
but there's prints for that.
I don't remember maybe there was rough prints. That was from Arrow Homes, remember?
Yep.
And also, you know, rethinking that whole thing, I'm not sure why we would put flush toilets down there for 5 months out of the year. That doesn't seem like a good use of money.
But you could probably put a plan together with incinerators in about a week.
But I'm focusing back again on the fire chief thing, on the fire truck project. How could we, I don't want to put a big burden on Chief Flynn, but this grant application, if the board agrees, would have to be filled out by somebody who's knowledgeable about that project, which I don't think is any board member. But I'm just trying to figure out how we're gonna get an application in by October 31st.
I have it written.
It's done.
I did the preliminary application,
Oh,
and we
okay.
are invited back to do the
Oh, I
this
didn't,
formal application. That's
Yeah.
pretty much written. We're kind
oh,
of,
okay. Well, then why don't we,
we're just dusting off some of the language and fixing it up.
okay, well, this is information I didn't have. You've actually filled out the county's ARPA grant application?
Yeah.
Okay, well then, why don't we get that
Was-
submitted?
I
Was
guess,
in
I
our
guess.
the
I'm
board
blowing
packet
smoke.
last month or 2 months ago.
I probably didn't read the
Sure.
entire 913 board packet due to my illness, so I apologize for that, but
So-
I mean, if that's ready to go, why?
So I just stated it like a couple times in this
Excuse me,
meeting.
Heidi,
so-
I think I was talking. I would support the fire department submitting a county ARPA grant application by October 31st.
What about parks? Do we want to put something together with parks? I'm certain that I can, with Melissa's help on this, I'm sure we can get to Steve Largent, and I'm sure that we can put a plan together. Steve, I've spent some time with Steve here recently, and he's done this at Seven Bridges, if anybody's ever been there. He's got a lot of this stuff under his belt. Yeah, very
You know,
experienced.
a while back, we had talked about putting that walking trail in over at Highway Park, and Kim Magnus and Steve got quite a bit of information together, actual drawings and with park benches and everything.
It's over there in the
cost.
corner of the cork.
Yep. it's
Yeah,
been
they
sitting there
did,
for
they
a
didn't
long
do
time.
that. They
Understood.
worked off from that. Yeah.
Understood.
So, but I'm wondering if Kim might have all that detailed information still in her files. I mean,
So for Park and Rec, does Lossy Road excite anybody?
Well, they would love it. If you want to work with Melissa Melton on getting a county grant application for ARPA money, and I don't have a problem with that.
Didn't Melissa mention during her public comment that
She's got
that,
three
that, that
projects.
she and two other PrAC members were looking to put something together on, don't quote me on the number, I thought she said it was like $140,000 for that wetlands expansion or the walkway and the bridge and that,
What
I
is
don't know
that,
if she,
Cheryl?
is that, she said it was, I thought she said she had somebody that was joining her on working on that.
She
but
did,
maybe I-
Amber.
Well, I
Was
think
it?
this was in the PrAC packet last night. It's called Lossy Road Trail Options. This was prepared by Steve Largent on 10/7 for a spring 2023 project. I think Melissa might have sent all that to you. I'm not sure if she did or
Melissa
not,
put
but
in the
anyways,
packet three.
it's about, he has quoted either putting crushed concrete or a road gravel option. He's got two different rough prices. He's got cost of equipment, permits, filter fabric, labor, or treated wood boardwalk option, 1,650 feet is recommended to the length of trail to be addressed times 5 foot wide. And he's got basically with material and labor, this is much more expensive, with a 10% contingency, 139,920. So I guess that could be worked off of
Sure.
there.
So
Yeah.
I certainly see we could address our parks. Yeah, I don't have that document either. Yeah. So,
Oh,
again,
she
It
sent
was
us
in,
an
it was
email.
posted, it's posted, it's in the, it was very much towards the latter, probably the last.
I don't even know
10
what
pages.
document you're looking at.
It's in the PrAC document.
Excuse
It's
me.
in the PrAC packet for last night's meeting.
so maybe it sounds like a lot of the work for this grant application has already been done.
Right.
And you're saying Melissa has volunteered with one other member?
I'm trying to recall what I heard from her in
If you-
public comment. I wasn't sure if she
I was
said,
at the meeting last night. Does
Oh.
anyone care? Not there, but I was on Zoom. And then you have an email this morning at 8:11. Here's what PrAC sent you, BCNL.
I'm
trail."
sorry.
Like-
I'm gonna take offense to what you just said.
Okay.
If somebody
all right.
wants to send me information at
that's-
8:11
I get
on a
it.
meeting
I get
morning
it.
Yeah.
I
and
get it.
doesn't follow it up with a phone call or text, guess
I-
what?
you don't
Ain't
want it.
gonna get read.
Okay, but in the
Sorry.
meeting, that's okay. In the meeting last night, they talked about a $42,000 plan, 150,000, or it was between 140 and $150,000 plan. and the boat launch of 400. The medium project was Lossy Trail and Wetlands Bridge improvements. The small project was creating a one-loop trail off BCNA. So they're willing to do, two of them stepped up to the plate to start writing. I think they just wanted approval to know if they were gonna have, you know, if they needed information, it would be properly distributed to them. How's that?
I think if the practice volunteering to do these grants, I think we should give them the thumbs up, do it. If they've got the material, what's it gonna hurt?
So
Not.
She just got up from the table and left.
So anyway, I'm just thinking that,
I love the idea of including a park and recs thing.
yeah,
Love it, right?
sounds like they've got two viable things.
Sounds like they've got two viable things. I'll rely on them to say which one is their favorite. Okay.
Okay.
I love the idea of a fire truck. Sounds like that one's already well underway. And I love the idea of the board submitting a glowing letter of support to Axe and to Down by the Creek.
Yeah, down by the creek, down by the creek.
And giving them any help in filling out a grant application for a new stove, new refrigerator, whatever the case might be, right?
Yeah,
Or additional childcare rooms.
I'm in favor of everything you just said, with one exception. I would like to let the PrAC submit the two projects they've got. Maybe one gets selected and maybe one doesn't, but we'll never know if we don't submit them. If they've got two viable, let them fill out two requests.
Let's get greedy. Yep.
Well, that's great, but
Why not?
can we appoint someone to assist them in getting things they need if they run into a brick wall?
All my stuff is electronic.
Right.
Say what?
Can we put somebody on top of somewhere to help the PrAC get what they need and not,
I'll help Melissa.
okay, I just don't want
That's
any,
fine.
you know,
I don't know
if she
what
needs
she needs.
information, we can't go, well, I'll get it for you next Tuesday, you know, you gotta move.
That's gonna come from potentially the clerk's office, so I have nothing to do with that.
Okay.
I'll provide any information that's needed. I think. there's not
On a
that much
timely manner,
needed
right?
well, obviously, it's due October 31st, Heidi.
So back to the question here. And I think really this is board consensus. So I've got fire, I've got now, excuse me, two potential projects from Park and Rec.
Mhm.
And then we supply at least glowing letters of support for Axe and Down by the Creek, and potentially help them fill out their grant applications.
Okay.
Is that,
And we also have the fire department one ready to go.
I thought I led with that one, but if I didn't, yeah, fire is supposed to be on there. Fire, PrAC, and then Down by the Bay and Axe, Down by the Creek, excuse me.
Yeah, a total of 5.
Oh, PrAC, two, yeah. Fire truck, PrAC, Down by the Bay and Axe, Down by the Creek, excuse me. Is that
Sounds like
board
a bar.
consensus to apply for those to the grant, for the county ARPA grant application?
And we'll help them apply if they need help.
Do we need a motion on that, or is consensus good enough for the board?
I think consensus is good enough.
Okay, so my last. Go ahead.
Is it in the consensus?
Yeah.
Or, okay, because I want to repeat that to make sure I have it down before we leave that topic.
So my last question to get answered revolves around whether or not we can give a glowing letter of support to Axe and Down by the Creek. Does that satisfy your concerns, Cheryl?
Oh, I don't know why you can't give them a letter
Okay, all right.
stating how important they are to the community.
Okay. Do we need any other discussion? Hearing none, we'll move on.
Well, I just want to restate what the consensus is so that I have it correct for minutes. There is board consensus that applications will be submitted for 2 potential projects from Park and Rec and supply letters of support for Axe and Down by the Creek and potentially help them fill out their grant applications, as well as an application to be submitted for the fire department.
Sounds about right.
Yep.
New business number 5, set a potential special meeting for discussion of broadband. Oh, it's the oblique aerial that's on the agenda today at the county. The oblique aerials. Anybody got a plan for broadband?
Well, I know what dates the township hall is not available. I mean, it's available all mornings except the morning of the 19th. It's not available the evening of the 18th. I will be out of town the 25th and 26th.
So I'm open tomorrow afternoon.
I'm not, I have training scheduled for tomorrow.
What about Thursday?
I have training scheduled for that day too. How about, could we do it next week? Like on the 17th or the 18th? Monday or Tuesday?
Those both work for me.
I can do either or.
So I'd much rather do very early in the week if we could do Monday. I have a situation that's growing in Florida.
Okay. Cheryl, did you say the township hall was open on the 17th in the morning?
And the 18th, yep.
Okay. I think we're all good then for that day.
Monday,
Mhm.
is that okay with everybody?
Yeah, it works for me.
9
17th.
a.m.
10:17 at 9 a.m. And I will need, what are the agenda, just to discuss broadband? Is that going to be the agenda item?
So work
So
session?
it's a work session, sure. And so we have competing maps, bids, whatever you want to call it, from Cherry Capital, 186 Network, and Spectrum has now thrown their hat in the ring.
So we have a lot of material to go through.
So if I could be so bold to say no. I hate to tell you, but I think Spectrum so far has provided the most impressive map. They're not duplicating any coverage. They're extending their coverage into the neighborhoods.
It's because of Starlink. Come.
I don't know what it's because of. I think because they already have cable on Williamsburg Road. They can stretch down to
Bunker Hill.
Bunker Hill, thanks. They're just, for me, it's pretty simple, unfortunately.
Well, I think that's what this meeting's about.
It
Take
is.
a look.
Yep. And so for me, the maps do it. And there is a lot of mumbo jumbo about You know, 100 up, 100 down, and RDOF and WDOF and LLF.
You're talking about those heat maps, correct? That
Yep.
show.
So these are not the heat maps. I wish they were available. And if you can find them from Mr. Robertson or whatever his
Yeah,
name is.
I'll reach out to him again and see. He was not very optimistic that they wouldn't be out before the end of November. There were two things. Number one, they were way further ahead in their mapping. They were not originally scheduled to be done to the end of October, and they were done mid-September, and they're compiling them. The problem, he said, he believes even Grand Traverse was done, Antrim, a lot of counties in this area, but because of competitive nature, they're not going to release them piece by piece. They're going to release them in mass. So everybody starts at the starting gate at the same point. So, but I will reach out to him and see if he's got an update.
And a result of this session may be that we wait on broadband. I think-
Why? So we get better maps?
Yeah,
Is anybody interested on what I'm referring to in terms of the heat map?
What
I
kind of
do,
map?
'cause
A
I
heat
asked-
map.
What does that mean?
So if we're driving down Elk Lake Road, all right, they may show very good signal coverage, 100 feet, 300 feet, 400 feet off, but there's housing further out. And so what happens is unless somebody actually drives down those side roads and measures the internet capability, what you could look at on a map is it could be completely false and says there's great coverage in that area. Well, it's
Right.
just not, because when
Right.
you go off 500 feet, so
Crazy.
yeah, and so they hired a huge number of college-age kids in the workforce that actually just went out with meters, driving secondary roads, two-lane, dirt roads, getting back into the areas to build out and say, hey, there's great coverage here, but you go back 100 yards, there's nothing. So it's just a tool that seems to be really good for identifying areas that a provider may say you have coverage. Well, you just don't, because the reality is.
So anyways, I'm sorry, go ahead, Donna.
It sounds like what they were talking about in that training seminar that I went to in Lansing. But I didn't think it was supposed to be done until the end of this year, at the end of December.
Yeah, the guy that I've been speaking with was with the IIJA. I think he's moving on to a different organization. I spoke to him before our September board meeting just to get an update. And he said a lot of our northern counties had been completed, which they weren't expecting to have before October 30th. However, they're not going to release the data until they're not going to release it piecemeal. So that could not be until November or December.
To be honest with you, I am not so much concerned with who we give the bid to, but who's going to cover our citizens that have zero coverage. So I'm not going into this with a preconceived idea of 186 or Cherry Capital or Spectrum. I want to know who's going to cover these people that had absolutely no service or such poor service during the pandemic that they couldn't conduct their kids' schoolwork from home. They had to drive someplace and sit outside facilities to get internet.
100%.
Or they couldn't work from home.
100% in alignment with you. And that's what this heat map will help identify that.
And I don't know how many people know this, but I have grandkids in the Elk Rapids school system, and they are in middle school, and they've all been assigned their own Chromebooks. 90% of their homework and any other work is done on their Chromebooks at home. I'm not sure what internet service they have there at the house, but they have extended out the reduced rates for internet service since the pandemic, because kids are still doing so much of their homework at home. All their projects and everything is done on their Chromebooks. They're being assigned. Now, if they don't have internet at home and no way to get any, that makes it really hard on those kids and those parents. So, yeah.
And I'm just asking what the agenda item is going to be. Is it going to be work session to discuss broadband proposals from Cherry Capital Connection, 186 Networks and Spectrum?
and may I just say any others that might get here by that meeting date.
et cetera.
Does that work for you, Cheryl?
Yeah, I can put a notice out that says that.
Moving on to new business number 6. This is a discussion of the feasibility report.
I would suggest that be set certainly after the November 8th election and probably after the November 15th board meeting.
I was going to
There's a
ask
lot
if there
going
was
on.
interest in moving it to maybe a 23 discussion.
So that
Oh,
I'm
I hate to wait that long. I really think we need to get the information,
Okay,
but I don't think it needs to be in October or early November.
I was gonna say December or January, so you could focus in on the budget with it.
Yeah, it'd be nice to have it before budget time. The information.
so what about the week of November 14th?
Well, we have the township board meeting on the 15th. Maybe the 17th.
Why don't you push
I'm
it
good on the
until
17th.
December? I'm gonna say December because we got a lot on our plate.
Well, you don't want to wait too late in December because then you're getting into the holidays.
Yep.
I think it should be before Thanksgiving.
I'm good
Before
on
we
that
get in.
Thursday, the 17th, 16th or 17th.
So let's do special meeting 9 a.m.
On 17th.
Yep.
And we'll be inviting the project manager from C2AE.
That would be my recommendation. Nine a.m., is that right?
That's what I have down, 11/17 at 9 a.m.
And so just out of curiosity, could we do a December 5th as a secondary meeting? Would that fit with you, Heidi?
That does not work for me. I'm gone that entire week of the 5th. December 5th?
Mhm.
Yeah, I'm gone that entire week.
How about November 28th?
Or that week's wide open for me.
What's this secondary date being, what would this be for?
In case our one in November doesn't work.
The 17th doesn't work, so you want to do the 28th of November?
Well, I'm just trying to forecast it out. My original thought was we moved to 2023, but there weren't a lot of takers on that, so.
So you want 11/28 as a backup date?
I'm just merely making recommendations.
I mean, I think we could choose that on this, on the 15th of November at the board meeting. We're all gonna know whether the
Okay.
17th is gonna work or not, and then
That's fine.
we could choose a backup date
So
at that
no
point.
backup date needed right now.
I don't think we need one.
Are we good to go?
Yep.
Proposed resolution 2217, transfer of non-restricted funds.
I would make the motion to approve Resolution 2217 in support of transferring the current unexpended balance from the non-restricted Whitewater Township Park Fund to the general fund no later than November 30th, 2022. This resolution also includes the transfer of the 2022 park net revenue proceeds by November 30th, 2022, and those park net revenue proceeds generated annually thereafter by November 30th of the corresponding year.
I'll second the motion.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion?
Some questions. What's the rationale for doing this, Don?
The rationale is that the park funds are revenues generated for the benefit of the citizens. And moving those funds into the general fund allows a greater flexibility. Doesn't exclude park projects or any other, but what it does is it helps the board be able to redistribute monies. It is a ratable stream of income that is coming in other than taxing property. And that money goes into the general fund and we can then redirect towards roads, fire, parks, ARPA, how we see fit. And so rather than just keep the impression that it's a park only fund, it is revenue generated by the park, which is a great thing for this community. And it should be moved to the general fund and then allocated based on project needs from there.
You are aware that this has never been done before, right? That the
Based on what I-
township board, as long as it's had a park, has never thought to commingle those type of funds. You're aware of that?
On my research, I haven't found anything along those lines that say it.
If there's
I know
any-
what it's been, but there's nothing that says.
Oh, no, I get that, Don. That's a pretty
Yeah.
common thing that people say when they first get on boards, when they want to change things. Just because it hasn't been done doesn't mean it shouldn't be done. I'm aware of it. I've said it myself.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess my concern is that what I've seen with the park in the past is fighting to get funds to do upgrades. Where if the money's already there, then the money's there. You're not begging for the money to make the upgrades or the changes to the park that needs to happen. And a perfect example of this, what happens in government, is our social security system. That money's been stolen from for years because it's put into a general fund. Happens everywhere you get into government, they move money from specific funds into the general fund, and now it gets looted. And I would hate to see this happen. If the park ends up with excess funds, it should be used to do improvements on the park. If the improvements are all done, then I don't see a problem moving that money into the general fund. But just to make a blanket right across the board, all funds will be removed from the park fund at the end of every year, seems excessive and radical to me. I'm not sure that, I looked up that MCL that you provided, and I think it's pretty blanket. And it doesn't really cover why someone would do that. And I understand the explanation you gave. It's not holding a lot of water with me. It just feels like a money grab. I'm not saying you are. It feels like it. And I think the public may look at it in that perspective also.
Let me,
I mean, and if you take all the money out of that park fund, then it's like saying, well, we can't really do the boat launch project because there's no money in the park fund. I hope that's not a way of getting around not doing this project. I'm not saying that's what you're doing, but if it ends up being that way, the public is going to say that, and it's going to be very transparent. So I guess that's all I have to say about this.
let me comment on that. And I agree with you on the aspect of the park and the importance of it. But I would also say to you that I think that this even helps that further, because why wouldn't we be wanting to do major capital projects at that park to make sure and to not only keep the current revenue stream, but increase the revenue stream? it is an unbelievable opportunity for this township to generate funds for the citizens. And depending on the needs at the time, those funds do not come out of their pockets. They are not property taxes. They are generated by visitors to this community.
Sure.
And so moving that fund over, this is not an attempt to say that the park is important. The park is the golden goose. It is the cash driver. And so there should be forward thinking of a much more longer strategic objectives on how do we continue to make money there and grow that park. And so, I mean, I have probably a half a dozen projects that I believe are merited to look at it in economic feasibility, to say they have a direct impact on the bottom line of that park to continue to grow that money. I mean, I'm not sure what the upside is. I think there's a tremendous amount of upside at that park that helps us look at roads, fire safety. I don't know what's happening with C2AE, ARPA.
But I have seen, being on this township board, before the park started making the money that it is now, when they had a loan they had to pay off for the bathhouses.
Mhm.
The park administrator coming to the board and requesting for funds to do things and being turned down because we're taking that out of the general fund. There's a concern here, Don, that if you commingle those funds, this board's not always going to be here. Other boards are going to come in after us. How are they going to do it? If you commingle those funds, and that's what you're doing, then what you're saying is that money can be used for anything, and not just parks, but anything. And I don't know if that's, if you're wanting to use that money to help buy the new fire truck, or if it's to say, we need to pave Skigmog Point Road, or if so we're gonna put that money there. Or if it's, well, we don't have the money now to do the boat launch project, so that $200,000 grant will just go by the wayside. I don't know. I don't see the upside at this point in commingling that money, other than it muddies the water. That's
Cheryl, any thoughts?
Several. So everybody has wanted to know, why is the park fund set up to only handle the revenues and expenditures of Whitewater Township Park, where the other 4 parks are all their revenues, which are almost non-existent, and expenditures are underneath the rec fund. Well, from an accounting standpoint, everything is trackable that way. Okay, you put that 300 or whatever the amount is, I mean, you've got this unexpended balance. You take that and you throw that into the general fund. Now you're going to have a harder time tracking the expenses of Whitewater Township. So I just pulled this morning just to see what we pay, because there's expenses of the park year round. Okay, so we have 2 electrical meters out there. Every month we have 2 electrical bills.
I didn't mean to interrupt. This was generated this morning.
I didn't distribute this. I
No,
wanted to
just the
see.
fact that a report of this nature was generated this morning.
Unbelievable.
Okay, I'm sorry. Well, I can make my report. I can make my point without the report. Good God. But the phone bill continues to come out, which the park phone is part of the phone system here. So that has to continue to be paid. The cell phone bill is only $14 a month because we have a Spectrum unlimited phone, and that continues to be paid out of the park fund. The park and rec administrators' wages continue to be paid out of the park fund, even when the campground is not open, because that's a year round, well, that's a fiscal year position. And I think what you're open, so back to the Carol Hocken thing. I called Carol because I've been the clerk here for 10 years. Carol was the clerk for 12 years before me. And I believe Sandy Beckwith was the clerk before that. And I said to Carol, I said, how did it ever get set up that the park fund, the 208 fund, ever gets set up that only the revenues and expenditures of Whitewater Township go through that? Because that has been the custom and practice for decades. Okay, for decades. And so she actually called Sandy Beckwith for me, and Sandy's advice was to go back as far as the 1970s in the minutes and see what the board did, why they set up the park fund, and probably they set up the recreation fund around the same time, because they wanted to separately track, just like we have a fire fund and an ambulance fund. You can't track anything well through the general fund. The general fund has its functions that are more general things of the township. And then you track the fire department revenue and expenditures through the fire fund, ambulance through the ambulance fund, fire capital improvement for the fire capital improvement fund. And, you know, it just brings up another point. So I haven't had time to go back into the 1970s in the minutes. I'm on my third election this year, and those are my deadline priorities are coming from the state right now. And so anyways, and I think then what you're going to open up, if we, you know, if this motion or this resolution gets approved, first of all, you're going to gut the park fund. Then what's going to happen? You're going to gut the park fund. None of the bills can be paid. Okay, so there's a problem right there. Then also, I think you're going to open it up to, you know, this board established the road repair replacement fund. That fund, why not? Why don't we take that money and put it back in the general fund? I mean, if it can be applied to a park fund, it can be applied to the road repair replacement fund, the 204 fund. So I think you're setting an extremely bad precedent by doing this. And also you're just going to have a lot of things when you want to, I mean, is it going to be that next year, when the park opens and the reservation line activates and revenue starts coming in and seasonal bookings before that, is that money then? I mean, are we getting rid of the park fund? It's going to, we just move all those line items into the general fund? I mean, I guess from an accounting standpoint, I don't quite understand what you're trying to do. And also the park, like every fund in this township, you know, the fire department would like a brand new fire station. We've got to do something about this township hall. Is park money going to get spent just because it's generating revenue? Does that mean you rob that fund? Because the park has its own improvements that need to be made. You just admitted that you have a list of a number of improvements that need to be made out there. That should be funded with the revenues of the park, because you said your rationale was to help the board redistribute monies, redirect to roads, fire, parks, ARPA. That tells me that the park fund revenue that's left over at the end of the year, that the goal is to rob the park fund of that money and redistribute it to these other things. And then how will the park ever get any of its larger scale projects done? I'm totally opposed to it. I think it's a horrible idea, and I would ask the board to
Well-
not support it.
You know, on that,
Heidi?
on that
I
term.
can't get a word in every
Yeah,
time I raise my
Heidi,
hand.
I'm calling
so-
on.
Oh, okay, thank you. Cheryl, we're trying to get control of expenses. Because every project that seems to come out of the park fund is either over budget or out of control. So we need a better plan. This is a good start. I'm tired. You think it's funny? I'm tired of people using the word free money. I'm tired of the people telling me that it doesn't cost the township taxpayers anything. You know what? As soon as you call this gentleman over here, you cost me money. As soon as you make a phone call to you, Cheryl, you cost me money. So don't tell me that the park doesn't generate any money, but I'm tired of projects going AWOL over budget because we don't plan. When you have a bad plan, you end up with a bad project. Bad planning predicts poor performance. You can take this P and turn it upside down. It looks like a toilet. That's pretty much what happens with no plan. Cheryl, I've sat on so many commissions. I've watched for 7 years just projects go AWOL because no project manager. Well, I'm sorry, but we need to be a little more directive here with our money.
So I thought we had this plan that we were gonna go forward with new projects with a project manager. So I don't see where that's an argument for this. I think
Well,
something
because-
you said.
I haven't
that
had
was
my
key.
Yes, hold on, hold on
Something
though.
You said that was
Okay,
key, Heidi, was.
Go ahead.
We are trying to get control. That's a
Okay,
concern.
okay, all right. We don't
So,
need to
I
get, okay, how about this?
I haven't
We are
had my turn.
trying, how about this? We are trying to have a better understanding of how the money's coming in and the money's going out.
So it
'cause We're
sounds like
still
you
waiting for
discussed this in
financial.
advance. Sounds like
No,
Order.
we are
no,
trying,
no, no.
you know, this is
no.
how we want
You
to
know
do
what?
it. It sounds
If you
like it's
came
been
to more
discussed
meetings
before
and you
this meeting.
looked at more meetings, you might know how the people feel.
Well, you know what?
Go
Heidi?
out and talk to them.
I have been out with COVID and with township business, and maybe if this board wasn't so toxic all the time.
Oh, toxic.
And negative and combative all the time, you might want more people showing up here. Maybe try
I wish the
being a
whole
little
town would
bit
come show up
nicer
here.
Okay,
And civil.
let's get back to the point.
My,
Okay.
yes, exactly. Let's get back to
Good.
the point. The
So
point
my
is-
turn,
Can I?
my
just-
turn.
All right, go ahead.
Yep. I heard money grab and bad precedent.
Mhm.
Here's what's bad precedent and a money grab. PrAC, another park and recreation entity, has been told that there's deed restrictions on the park and state statute that doesn't allow revenue sharing. Board members here have lied.
I have never made either of those
You
statements.
made a
to the
comment
Parks and
last
Rec.
night, you
Okay.
weren't gonna
Ever.
follow. you-
Park,
Oh,
and
you
to
should
further
get
his
last night's
reasoning, Park and Rec has asked for money from the park fund to do some of their projects. They just asked for it.
Yeah.
So that furthers his statement.
And the deed
As far as
restriction.
my turn.
Please.
As far as redistributing money, the people of Whitewater Township own that park. We represent those people. And so I believe that whoever replaces this board is going to have the people's best interest in mind. I really do. Now, you can disagree, you can make funny faces, that's fine. This is not an accounting question. It is about finding a balance of projects. This boat ramp, where'd it come from? Next, the first we heard about it is when there's a proposal to design it. PrAC didn't know anything about it. PrAC still is rarely included in it. They are our advisory committee. Park is out of control. simply put. So you can laugh all you want,
I
Cheryl.
will.
Yeah, and you
Well,
know, the people of this township have been put on hold because you state you don't have time. And so that's a reference to your time spent at Park. And I would love to see the detailed minutes of our phone bill, which is provided on a monthly basis, of how much time your extension actually spends on Park Line.
I'm not on
It'll be
Park phone.
significant.
No, I'm not. I rarely
Well-
ever use that phone to call the park.
Yep. So I'm ready to vote.
I'm sure you are. Now, I have to say, listening to the three of you talk, this has been talked about outside of the meeting. You betcha. It has been, it's been contrived and talked about. And the fact that, Don, this is kind of like blindsiding us. We've never talked about this before. And then all of a sudden, here's just a resolution, let's do this. It seems rushed. And the only reason it'd be rushed is if it's already been discussed and not in a public forum.
Is that what you're accusing? Are you accusing me of that?
I'm-
Sounds like,
I
are
am
you
saying-
accusing,
I
are
am
you
saying
accusing me
this
of
is
that?
my opinion.
Fine,
And
keep
I
it as your
have an
opinion.
opinion. No,
Keep it as
I'm
your opinion.
allowed. My First
I know,
Amendment
you are
gives me
allowed
the
as
right
an opinion,
to
but keep it as an
voice
opinion.
My opinion.
I
And
agree.
you, just like I, have to sit there and take it from all the other comments that come from certain people. So I will be voting no on this because I believe it is a total sham and a mistrust that the people voted you in to do. This is contrived to take control of the park's money and to take control of the park. You're already hiring a new park administrator for, what'd you suggest, $45,000 a year?
Correction, that was just the deputy.
Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. We're gonna hire a deputy for $45,000 a year.
And then you're gonna gut the.
Second highest paid employee in this township. Where are you paying them out of? The general fund or the park fund? Wait a minute, we don't have a park fund. So what you gonna do? I am gonna need to know how you want the accounting done
That's right.
eventually, Ron, because we're the ones that put it in.
That's right.
Excellent. So I do have,
Also,
go ahead. No, go ahead.
well, I'm just responding to your comment about the deed restrictions. You've all seen the deeds, or they've been in prior board packets. We can send them out again. The deeds to the park, there's two different deeds. And they say that it has, one says that it has to be used as a public park. The other one says that it has to be used as a public park and or forestry. Okay, so those deed restrictions, that doesn't restrict necessarily the park revenue, okay, because no one knew back when those deeds were, prepared, what the park revenue was going to be. The park, under the current management, I'm sorry, I know you don't want to admit this, but we have been extremely fiscally responsible. The fact that we've got over $400,000 sitting in the park fund speaks to the fact that we have been fiscally responsible with all manner of expenses out there. You guys don't have a clue what it takes to run the park. And you're gonna gut the park fund so we can't, is the boat launch project canceled? I mean, is it canceled? Is that what you're planning on doing? Canceling the boat launch project and squandering the $200,000
I think we already had a discussion on that.
Heidi, I'm not finished and I let you talk without interrupting you. Are we gonna squander the $200,000 DNR grant that we got, that's more money into this community yet to upgrade that park? A lot of people, a lot of the users of the park want that boat ramp upgraded. It's been over 20 years since anything has been done out there. between the grant and the funds that the park has for the original project that is, and we're gonna hear from Fleece and Vandenbrink because we're supposed to be setting a special meeting about the boat launch project for a scaled down version, which came about as a result of a meeting between me and one of the engineers and DNR representative. And I'm just, going, are you planning on killing the boat launch project? Because that's not going to sit well with the community. And also, like you
Is this
say,
part of this
excuse
topic?
me, it is part of my comments. And, as Della said, how is this accounting going to work? I'm going to need to be provided with the number. If this motion or resolution gets approved, I'm going to need to be provided with a number because we can't leave the park fund with no funds in it. So I'm not going to transfer anything until I'm told what the number is. And that comes back to this board for an exact number. This vague, unexpended, whatever your motion is extremely vague, or whatever your resolution here. The current unexpended balance from the non-restricted Whitewater Township Park Fund, I don't know what that is. And I'm not going to be the one that's going to figure it out. So it's really unfortunate that this has even been brought to the board. It shows a lack of knowledge of the history of how Whitewater Township Park has worked through all these years. That park's been open for 50 some years. We've got people who have been coming there to camp for 50 plus years. And, I can excuse you, Don, for being less than 6 months here on the board. And already you're bringing a resolution to basically upend the operations of Whitewater Township Park, all because you think some projects haven't been managed properly. Well, we've gotten a lot of things done out there and improvements made over the 8 official and 2 unofficial years that I've been involved with the park. And I take great offense at the fact that you 3 think you can run the park better. I'm done now.
I have one final comment. And in the resolution, under now therefore be it resolved, specifically in the third line down, transferring the current unexpended balance, I recommend putting a number in there. And that number is a percentage of its current fund balance. So I don't think we should leave it completely defunded. That would be an accounting problem. And so if we were to decide on a percentage, for example, 90%, 80%, if your account balances are accurate, which I believe they are, there's about $420,000 into that account. If we left 10% in there, that'd be 42,000, round numbers. That'd be more than enough to pay for the electric meters, the telephone bills that will continue, so on and so forth. And if we deemed it wasn't, we could always just transfer 80% of whatever the fund balance is. And, from year to year, might there have to be a change in that percentage number? Maybe, because
Well, at the beginning of opening a season, you're going to have to transfer quite a bit of money back because you need operating capital.
I get it. I
And-
understand.
But there's nothing in here that talks about that. I mean, you talk about a project not being completed. This is a project that's not well thought out. I
Well-
mean, did we even run it by legal? Did we even run it by our accountants?
Okay,
I mean-
here we go again.
No, I'm just saying, if you want to do this, then do it right. Don't do it part way.
So I'm making a recommendation that we don't completely defund the park and that we leave either 10%, 20%. Pick the. That's my.
I would agree with that. Ron, 10 or 20 is fine. I had like at 15 would be fine too.
I'm okay with
Any-
10 or
any
20.
thoughts?
I'm okay with 10 or 20.
I mean, that addresses Cheryl's concern about,
Paying the
know,
bills.
yeah, yeah, which are valid concerns. Very valid. It's your resolution, Don. Why don't you pick the number?
Sure. So I would say 85% transfer over. That would leave 15%.
I'll take my second back and re-second.
So that would be 85% of the current balance and then 85% going forward on an annual basis, leaving the 15% for day-to-day operations as needed.
Fully realizing that 85%, 15% of 420,000 is a much larger number than 15% of, let's say, 150,000, which could be the annual boot or net profit. From
Right.
that, right. Right. And so I can see where that 15% would need to be adjusted in the future, but we just deal with that every year. Not a problem.
Where are you inserting that in your motion?
So
I would recommend it to be replacing the transfer, the current unexpended with transferring 85% of the current unexpended balance. So just put the number in there like you requested, and that way we can satisfy the funding for the park and your request for the number.
it goes in two places for the current unexpended and then the second sentence. This resolution also includes the transfer of 85% of the 2022 park net revenue proceeds and those park net revenue proceeds generated annually thereafter. So it handles the current situation and the future.
Okay, say that again. Where's the first one?
I'll read it here. Motion to approve resolution 22-17 in support of transferring 85% of the current unexpended balance from the non-restricted Whitewater Township Park Fund to the general fund no later than November 30th, 2022. This resolution also includes the transfer of 85% of the 2022 park net revenue proceeds by November 30th, 2022. And those park net revenue proceeds generated annually thereafter by November 30th of the corresponding year.
And that's going to affect the park balance on what date? Because it could change. It changes every day. What date are you choosing? Because otherwise, you know.
November 30th.
November 30th.
It's right in the
Okay.
motion.
No, it says you transfer it on that date. Okay, it doesn't say that you're
Well, you know, I'm not
determining
really
it
sure I
on
can
that
do
date.
that if that's my responsibility, because December 1st is the day I have to get taxes out.
Yeah, that's right.
So is there a different date you can come up with, like by the end of December 31st or something? Why does it have to be November 30th?
I'm okay with December 31st. If that's what you would, yeah.
Well, I'm just telling you, I can't meet that commitment.
Well, thank you.
because of
Thank you
my
for telling.
other Statutory duties.
Thank you for telling us that. December, then we will amend that to be December 31st.
7 transactions this morning on my bank account, realizing that I don't have as much money as 420,000 in the bank account, but that really doesn't matter. I made 7 transactions in, I don't know, about 8 minutes, 15 by the time we logged on. So
Well, you're not sending out tax bills to 1,500 and some parcels on December 1st
my
either,
point
along
is
with a
that 15
newsletter.
minutes of your day, give me a break.
It's not 15 minutes.
To
and it's
send
not
out
the
tax
dollar amount.
bills? Oh
No,
my God.
to make a transfer, Cheryl. I mean,
You know, we
we
don't
are,
even have I'm assuming you want the bank statements in and reconciled before this is done, because the next thing you're gonna wanna do is find out if I transferred a full 85%, correct? Or do you wanna come up with those numbers? Just be
I-
sure I'm not cheating or something.
the board can do that if you would
Well,
like.
I prefer you do that. You tell me exactly how much you want me to transfer.
We just did.
That way, no, in dollars and cents. And that way I know I'm doing exactly what you want and I won't be criticized for not doing it.
Well, I
I
guess,
mean, I'm just saying,
my thought is, you can be obstinate on this.
I'm not being
Um,
obstinate. I
but
don't have the votes to
85%
stop
is
this
a number.
travesty. I don't have the votes to stop this travesty, but I do believe that I am not out of line asking for a different time period because it does conflict with a major statutory duty I have.
And I think Don capitulated to
And
that.
he did, but you criticized it. And asking, and because of that criticism, it made me ask, give me the dollar amount you want me to transfer, not just the percentage. Because I'm not gonna put myself up there to be criticized and made fun of or belittled or whatever it is that's happening here right now.
So read the motion back.
Motion to approve resolution 2217 in support of transferring 85% of the current unexpended balance from the non-restricted Whitewater Township Park Fund to the general fund no later than November 30, 2022. This resolution also includes the transfer of 85% of the 2022 park net revenue proceeds by November 30, 2022, and those park net revenue proceeds generated annually thereafter by November 30th of the corresponding year.
And that's not correct. Ardella had asked that be changed to December 31st.
Well, but you haven't added that to your motion yet. So,
Like to amend my motion. for-
Okay.
For the December, for the all November 30th, 2022 dates in the motion to be changed to December 31st.
And I'll take my second off and put it back on.
And there are 3 of them.
December 31st, 2022. And that's, okay, that's in 3 places.
No, yes.
All right.
December 31st, 2022 in line 3, December 31st, 2022 in line 4, and December 31st as a standalone, no year noted of the course.
There was never a rescinding of Heidi's second that I didn't hear that. If she said it, I didn't hear it.
I did.
So,
Rescinded it and put it back on the table.
must have been while somebody else was talking or something. I didn't hear it. So anyways, that's the motion.
Roll call. Lynn.
Yes.
Goss, no. Glenn,
Yes.
Bennett,
No.
Pop,
Yes.
I would like to point out to the chair that we're at about 4 hours and 30 minutes.
Okay.
Well past the 3-hour mark.
Move to reschedule the rest of the items on the agenda to a different date.
Second.
Motion made and seconded.
well,
Further
I'm
discussion?
sorry, I was typing something else. I wasn't prepared for the motion. So what is your motion?
Motion to move the remaining agenda items to a different date and time.
Was there a second? I second.
Sure was leaving at 2. You just don't want to do another half hour and be done?
No, sure.
Okay.
Any recommendation for dates? I'm gonna say November 15th.
It was November 17th. Are you talking about our other meetings or no?
Yeah, I'm just
Well,
saying.
we
move it
do
to
need
the-
to deal with the moratorium. That is ridiculous to not deal with that.
Well, then
And
guess-
I would say that gets completed before these other agenda items are moved to a different date. That could be moved up on the agenda. That's holding up a lot of things in the township and future things that we don't even know of yet.
Well, somebody can pick another day. Y'all are capable of making motions.
You said the 15th, that's a Saturday.
November 15th
Oh,
is our
November.
next meeting date.
We've already scheduled a broadband on the 17th, Monday. Just to remind everyone.
Want to add it to that agenda?
That's what I was thinking, or maybe make it the following Monday at night, and then the people that work get to come to a meeting.
Maybe that's a good point, Heidi. Maybe the broadband discussion should be held at night. That's a very good point. I'm for putting it on the 17th. We get to what we can get to. Gonna be here.
Okay, so you want to change the broadband? Well, that's the feasible study.
The broadband's on the 17th.
Right.
I'm fine with moving it to the 17th as long as the meeting's at 9 AM. Starts at 9 AM.
Guess we don't have a choice.
Well, we do.
Okay. I would rather see, you want to do a double meeting, half in the morning and
No,
half at
no,
night?
no,
Okay, well,
No,
I got
no, you lost me there. Yeah,
Well, you said you wanted to do broadband at night. She only wanted me to.
you brought up a good point. That's what I said. You brought up a good point. But it is really our meeting on broadband
Well, that's true.
and whether or not, quite frankly,
Which one we're using?
if Tom Citizen says, I want to go to company ABC,
All right, let's just add it to Monday. That's my opinion. Get it done.
Okay. So then we will move the rest of the items to 10:17. Cheryl, do you want me to prepare an agenda for that special meeting?
Well, yeah, you should probably prepare an agenda. I'm gonna
Well,
put
for
out the
you to put in
notice.
the notice.
Well, no, what's gonna be in the notice is the feasibility study plus all the agenda items that we haven't addressed yet. I know
Okay.
what that is.
Okay,
Yeah,
all right. No, I was just asking.
yeah.
Now,
So
did you
has
say
the motion
feasibility
been
study,
amended
or did
to-
you say broadband? Because the 17th, just to clarify, the 17th
ARPA.
is broadband,
Oh, I'm
right?
sorry, that's, well, we've got two 17th meetings. We've got
Yeah,
11,
November and
17.
feasibility.
Excuse me, Heidi, we can figure this out, okay? Right in here, ma'am. So we're adding it right to the 10-17 meeting, which is broadband, plus all the remaining agenda items.
Just to be
from-
clear, we were thinking October 17th, right?
From
Yes. I was-
today, which is 10-11.
Board consensus that it was the October 17th meeting, not the November 17th, right?
Yep.
Okay, Heidi, good? Okay.
So are you amending your motion to say October 17th at 9 a.m. instead of a different date and time? What? Your motion was to
So-
move the remaining agenda items to a different date and time. So are you amending your motion?
Yes.
And we could vote on that motion, or we could amend it. You seconded. I'm happy with putting a date in.
I am too.
Are you?
Mhm.
Okay, so the motion would be then to, the amended motion would be to move the rest of the agenda items to the 10/17/2022 special meeting of the Whitewater Township Board beginning at
Okay, hold
9.
on a minute. To move the rest of the agenda items, all you had to do is make
8
it
through 13.
agenda items 8
Oh,
through
8 through
13.
That's good.
Well, is that in your motion?
I think it should be, yeah.
8 through new business 8 through 13
Mhm.
to not 10-17 at 9 a.m.
Yes.
Are you confirming your second, Donna?
Yes, I am.
Roll call, ready.
Doss, yes. Glenn?
Yes.
Denick?
Yes.
Yes.
Founder?
Yes.
No tabled items, board comments and discussion. Announcements have changed. Next special meeting is 10/17. Next regular meeting is November 15th. Changes will apply after that as well. So anyone out in Zoom land, if you'd like to make a public comment, please raise your hand and we will get back to you shortly. Thank you. Anyone here in the Whitewater Township Hall care to make a comment?
Lois McLean. I have been involved volunteering and at the business end of the township for longer than most of you up here, longer than some or most here in the audience, longer than some of you in the audience and on Zoom have even lived in the area. I care deeply about our township. I know some of you feel as deeply about the health and vibrancy of our community and have kept the good of the township in mind when making some tough decisions, even when it's difficult. I have worked and I have worked with some of you a lot over the years to do a lot to make where we live and currently, I don't know where that came from, make where we live proud to call home. In the past year or two, I see a huge divide. I'll start by saying that we all, once in a while, make mistakes. Sometimes we can't get everything done we hope to, or sometimes are even assigned to do, or things we volunteered to do. It happens, I get it. So once in a great while, maybe a word needs to be said. I cannot think of anything that would ever need to be addressed, to be brought up in a public meeting such as this, as most things, most concerns can be addressed one-on-one. I hear at the board table and at the planning commission table way too often rude, derogatory statements made, 26 plus, I counted today. I have heard from a number of people who have noted that a little respect would go a long way. I have to agree. The leadership and attitudes at the board level definitely trickles down, or in I think our township case, tidal waves down into the rest of the commission's board, public perceptions and public comments. It also affects the work environment in the township itself. The PC chair and the supervisor make every effort they can to throw the clerk under the bus. Sometimes it could be, and that I hear from public people. That's, sometimes it could be accurate, but more often than not, there are known reasons for actions and inactions, but those are never also included in the unnecessary negative statements made. I know that once in a while frustrated words can come out, and sometimes we can't refrain from people seeing our facial expressions or shaking or nodding of the head. I find it very inappropriate though, and on a regular basis, yep, that's that 27 times today, when statements are made, it is childhood, grade school behavior. This is not the place for that. You need only watch a few board and please PC meetings to know that it happens on a regular basis. Maybe each of you need to get up and express exactly how you feel just to get it out and be done with. Move on and to the actual business of running the township instead of spending so much precious time at the meetings and so much mental effort and energy tearing people down. Call a special meeting, get it done. Let that be your special meeting agenda. Being coy, saying one thing to a person and something completely different to someone else, making it sound like you agree when you don't, only causes distrust. I might need to bring that part back later. I think it's a shame that the fill in the gap voted in by special election trustee has never once sat down with the clerk or treasurer to get their perspective of things that happen, do not happen, have happened, and have not happened at the township regarding things that affect our township. If you had spoken with the treasurer for even 5 minutes regarding the appointment of the PC that has been unfilled for a reason for several years, you would have learned some things you likely don't know. You may have still voted the same way, but at least you would have known, armed with a broader range of information. As far as the recent appointment to the PC that was submitted by the supervisor and ultimately passed with 3 affirmative votes, it may be worth investigating to find out that was done just may have been illegal, against standards, or at least inappropriate. I believe the rules say that once a person is brought before the board for approval, if they are rejected, they are not to be brought before the board for approval again. You would learn a lot of additional information by actually sitting down and conversing with the clerk and the treasurer at some point. I recommend it. I recommend it to you too, Heidi. I have refrained from expressing my opinion for too long. Negative ramifications against me and the job that I do. And I'm sorry, but I can't handle it anymore. Misinformation today. Parks and Rec have not had, the Parks and Rec Committee have had the boat launch updates on their agenda since Parks and Rec very first capital improvement list that was ever made. The Parks and Rec Committee needs another alternate member, and the Zoning Board of Appeal needs 2 alternate members. That's it.
I also need a board member.
Anyone else in Township Hall?
I think, one theme that's evident here as a spectator is that unquestionably there's dissonance. And it's maybe slightly perplexing. But obviously everybody here has accepted their role and responsibility for a reason. And I presume that would be that you genuinely care about your community and this township. And I think that sometimes when we're split in different directions, it's important to reflect on something that may bind us all together. And I think that it's my guess, an assumption that this group shares a passion, a love for Whitewater Township. And maybe in your meetings going forward, you'll find a way to allow that to bring you together and embrace it. And it is certainly personally disappointing to me that we weren't able to engage in the discussion on the moratorium today. I hear that you'll do it potentially at your meeting upcoming on the next Monday. And I would just again ask that the project that we're presenting, that we would like to present for site plan review, is just that. It's site plan review. It is within the property rights. It's within the ordinance as a right of use. It's not a special permit, doesn't require anything like that. It's simply a right of use, and we simply need the zoning administrator to be authorized to review the site plan so we may enact our rights as property owners. So I would simply ask strongly, I'm not giving you directive on what you do with your moratorium or development as a whole. I'm simply stating that as a property owner, you have certain rights. And I believe that the passion that I believe everyone in this room shares is for Whitewater Township. And I assure you that the best use of that land is bringing back Tom Doak's legendary golf course. And we would like to be good members of the community, and we would just like to have that opportunity. Thank you.
Heidi Valmuth, 8388 Winnie Lane, private citizen at this point. Here's the agenda that came out 10 days before the board meeting, or 9 days, 10 days. And then here's another agenda that Cheryl adds when she feels like it. Cheryl, everybody else is following the rules here on when to turn the paperwork in to get something on the agenda. Now, why I'm speaking as a private citizen is because I was appalled being a private citizen watching a PrAC meeting last night on Zoom as a private citizen. And the chair asked you how and when she was supposed to get her stuff on the agenda per Ron Pop. It has to be 10 days. And your response was, I'm not doing that. Well, you're not doing a lot of things. So it's really hard for the rest of us to sit here and get our work done when we keep finding out there's either new information, more information, or we don't know which map we're supposed to have. This isn't new. This has been going, laugh all you want, Cheryl, but you had 8 years and you blew it. So this is not new because I've been in the audience for so long. I think I live here. Please. Everybody else is getting their information in. Don't give misinformation to commission or whatever you want to call them, advisory members at this point. It's crazy. I almost spit out my dinner while I was eating at the late hour because you made that comment to the chair. You're supposed to help these people in the chair, not give them misinformation and say, I'm not doing it. That's exactly what you did. Excuse me?
I said, I'm not sure how this helps the board. Did you not
It doesn't.
listen to that gentleman?
I did listen to that gentleman, but unfortunately, every time we need a piece of information, whether we be a private citizen or a member of the board, we either have to FOIA it, not get it, not get it. So if you want to talk about playing as a team, Start playing as a team, Cheryl, because you're supposed to help the people on the advisory committees, not stab them.
Anyone else here in Township Hall? Melissa, I see your hand is up.
Yes. So my public comments, first of all, thank you for offering the opportunity to allow us in the Parks and Rec to move forward and putting the grant submissions in for a couple of those very needed projects. It will improve the safety and health of this community. Cheryl, I will be in contact with you because I think that there's, from a requirement of these grants, I think there is a requirement of a signature that I believe should be done by a board member, and I would think that that would be the Parks and Rec administrator. The PrAC does also need 2 alternates, as was mentioned earlier. Please consider getting us more candidates. I know, and was a specific one that was sent in, an application that was sent in to the supervisor several months ago. I'm not sure what has gone on with that, or if anything, but if that could be brought forward to the board to at least review and evaluate, make a vote, that would be greatly appreciated. And anyone else that you could find. As I said, we have 2 open alternate slots. Regarding the park funds motion that was made today to strip the funds to be used for the park and putting it into general funds. If the board is going to move forward with a true separate position of the Parks and Rec administrator, and also if you're thinking about hiring a deputy, it will be very imperative to have the revenue and expenditures appropriate to the parks specifically. And as a business entity, it is extremely important to understand profits and losses to make good decisions on expenditures and on projects needed going forward. By commingling these funds into general, you are removing this very important visibility and also performance of an employee, such as a parks administrator or a deputy position. There should be clear responsibilities, including accounting and other performance goals. And again, by commingling these funds, you are eliminating this visibility. The supervisor had stated in today's meeting, and I think in past meetings, that the parks is out of control, quote unquote. I'm not sure what's being meant by that. The Parks and Recreation is an advisory committee. We have no control. No control is given to us. We are an advisory board. We don't make decisions without the board approval. If the lack of the board hiring a project manager or an engineering for a project specifically is what's being considered parks is out of control, then I would think that this is a direct reflection on the board and should be evaluated closer, not directed towards specific individuals or the Parks and Rec committee. We work very hard to try to make this community what it is and make it better. So we don't appreciate name calling and such. That is all I had. Thank you.
Vicky, looks like your hand is up.
Good afternoon. I almost said evening. It feels like it's been that long. Thank you for the time today. I think a lot of us have mentioned similar comments that Mr. Trump for the golf course had mentioned. I couldn't be in a more agreement. And in listening to Lois's comments and the passion that's there, I think we all feel that way regardless of how long we've lived in Whitewater Township. And I too was counting the faces and shaking of head, and it was a different person than you were counting, Lois. So it goes both ways. And we really would love for you all to work together. We really would, but you can't call the kettle black while you're doing the same thing. And I think it's just really imperative that we work as a group toward a common good. We truly love this area. There's a reason why we live here. And I do want to point out something, and again, I'm not talking out of both sides of my mouth saying I want us to work together, and then I'm going to point this out, but I was in that PrAC or listened to the PrAC meeting last night as well. And Cheryl mentioned, Clerk Goss mentioned what was going to be voted on today, and that her and Ardella would be voting no. So obviously there was discussion that was had on that side as well. So, you know, can't we all just get along? Can't we work together? But everybody pointing at each other, it's happening both ways. We've got to unite. Thank you for your time.
Connie, I see your hand is up, please.
Good afternoon. Couple things I talked about at the PrAC meeting last night. Before leaving town last Wednesday, October 5th, I visited High Prairie Park. I walked over to the dugouts. $19,022 was spent on them. The Park and Rec administrator stated at the PrAC meeting that it was more than the board approved. Interesting. At the PrAC meeting last night, Park admin Goss stated that the dugouts were finished and inspected on October 3rd. When I was there on October 5th, my thought was that they were still being worked on due to the fact that a pile of material is left on the ground on a tarp directly behind the dugouts. Park admin Goss stated that it's extra diamond dust to be used as needed. It looks unfinished and unprofessional. It will most likely collect water, a breeding ground for mosquitoes for those children sitting on those dugouts. The park equipment caution tape is gone. The metal stakes are now probably more of a danger to the kids than the park equipment issues. I wonder how long it will take to get more caution tape up. It's been down for quite a while. Looking at the wooden timbers bordering the playground, they look heaved up a bit, but didn't appear twisted or damaged. Of course, I couldn't see what was underground. So sad that this park project isn't done and over with. I don't understand why only one bid was given to the board. Why not more? Why not look at options and different ideas at the beginning? I would never start a costly project at my home with the first bid. In comparison to the boat ramp project, this is a small project. If High Prairie Park still remains closed with no repairs and the dugouts went over budget, how is the costly boat ramp project going to be handled on budget? I was just as shocked as all of you that the tree damage that was done and paid for isn't complete on the trail. Why not an inspection walkthrough by someone in the township before a check was written for those damages? How disappointing that it's still an issue in unfinished business. So glad to hear a project manager being mentioned for these projects. Much needed. I can't imagine how long and tangled the boat ramp project is going to be. Clerk Goss doesn't have time to do the minutes, doesn't supply reports, doesn't give financials to the board, trustees, or people of the township. She does have time to put a report together for this morning. She has time to investigate private citizens' property holdings and to poke at citizens in emails to developers. Ardella, you implied you think that members of the board got together to discuss the park funds being moved. Did you and Clerk Goss discuss how you were going to vote today?
No.
She stated how you were going to vote. I'm sorry, did someone say something?
Yes, I said, no, we did not.
Oh, thank you for responding.
You're welcome.
You're not supposed to.
Oh, well.
I count on that. Excuse me, I have to find my place. So I'm asking you to be careful who you point fingers at. I think the three members you accused of pre-discussing the park funds possibly read the board packet provided 10 days before this meeting. Certainly, there was sufficient time for them to gather their own intelligent information to be able to vote on this issue. So sad that the division you talked about often comes from the people accusing others of this behavior. So much division. It's disappointing. Thank you.
That's all I see, so. I assume she already made her comment,
That
just
might-
hasn't lowered her hand.
There's different Vickies.
Vicky's phone. Hello, do you have, your hand is up. Do you have a public comment? Doesn't look like it. So I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
I'll second. Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Glenn,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes.
Goss, yes, Bonis,
Yes.
Bennett.
Yes.
1:55 PM.